Hello everyone. In this video, we're gonna build a fully functional and multilingual e-commerce website just like Amazon, complete with an admin dashboard. We'll use Nextjs, MongoDB, and free AI tools to make it happen. Let us start with the homepage. At the header, we have brand logo and name, a search box with category filter, a language and currency switcher. If you switch to Arabic, the layout changes to right to left. Let's switch back to English. You can add new languages and currencies from the admin dashboard. Next, there is a theme switcher where you can toggle between light and dark mode or change the theme color to gold. Let's change it to gold, green, or red. Admin can add new colors too. Then we have the account menu where users can sign in or create a new account. And finally, the shopping cart icon. Below the header, there is a navigation menu. The first item, all, opens a sidebar where you can browse by departments, access your account, or visit the customer service page. Now, moving down, there is a beautiful slider that changes every 5 seconds. Scrolling further, we have sections for categories, new arrivals, bestsellers, and featured products. The next section displays today's deal, which you can scroll through horizontally. Further down, we see best-selling products. If you hover over a product card for a second, the image changes. At the bottom of the page, there are personalized sections like related to items that you viewed and your browsing history, similar to what you see on Amazon. At the very end, there is the website footer, which includes useful links, the site logo, and copyright information. Click back to top and let's search for a product. In the search bar, type men and press enter. Here is the search result page. These products comes directly from the MongoDB database. At the bottom, we have pagination buttons to navigate between pages. We can filter products by categories, price ranges, customer review, or tag. Let's create filters and sort products by price, newest arrival, customer review, or best selling. Let's find the most expensive product by sorting by price high to low. When you click on a product, the details page opens. At the top, we have product images where you can select any image to preview. On the right, there is the product title, product rating, an option to choose color and size. Scrolling down, customer review loads automatically. On the left, you can see the average rating and its breakdown, while the latest reviews are on the right. You can read reviews or sign in and write your own review after purchasing this product. Reviews are paginated, so you can see more reviews like this. At the bottom, there is a section for bestseller products in this category, and of course, related to items you have been viewed and your browsing history. Let's scroll up, select quantity for this product, and add to cart. After adding an item to the cart, you'll be redirected to the Add to Cart page. Here, the added item appears here, and the shopping cart icon in the header updates with the number of items. Let's add another product. Select this watch, add to cart, and then click Go to Cart. In this page, you can update quantity of product in the cart, like this, or remove an item from the cart. Clicking Proceed to Checkout takes us to the sign-in page, unless the user is already logged in. You can log in using your email and password or sign in with Google. Let's create a new account by clicking Create Your Account, enter your information, and click on Sign Up. After entering your information, you'll be redirected to the checkout page. The checkout process has 3 steps. Add your address and click Ship to this address. Choose a payment method, such as PayPal, Stripe, or cash on delivery. Let's go with PayPal. Use this payment method and review items and shipping. Here, you can adjust quantity if needed and select a shipping speed. Finally, place the order. Once the order is placed, the PayPal button appears here. Let's make the payment by clicking on PayPal button, complete purchase, and then you'll be back to the order page in your account. The status of payment is done and it's not delivered. The expected delivery address comes from your preference in shipping speed. After payment, you will receive a receipt via email from the e-commerce website. In the order details page, you can check the order status and see the items purchased. To access this page, go to Account menu, select your account, and then select Orders. Then choose the orders you want to view. From the Account menu, you can also update your profile. Select your account, login and security, edit name, and update your name to whatever you want. Let's get rid of family name, save it, and if you go to homepage and after refresh, the update applied to your account. This e-commerce website is fully responsive and mobile friendly. Let's switch to the mobile view and create a new order. As you can see, all pages and elements are accessible and functional on mobile devices. Let's log out as a customer and log in as admin. Then select admin from the header menu to open the admin dashboard. On this page, we have stat boxes displaying total revenue, sales, customers, and products. You can adjust the report range. For example, 2 months ago, the sales overview chart will update to reflect the new date range. Scroll down further to view the earning report for the last 6 months. On the left card, we have the product performance report, which shows the top selling products within the selected date range. At the bottom of the page, you'll find the best selling categories as a pie chart and a list of recent sales. Let's navigate to the product section in the admin panel. Here, we have a list of all products to manage. Let's filter the products by keyboard running and edit one of them. You can update the product information, upload images, or archive a product. Next, let's go to the orders section. Here, we have a list of all orders to manage. Let's check the details of one order and make it as delivered. Now, let's move to the user section. On this page, you can manage users. For example, edit a user and change their role to admin. This e-commerce website includes a small CMS, content management system, where you can add new pages and content in Markdown format. In Pages section, you'll see a list of all pages. Let's edit one, add some content in Markdown, and save it. Let's go for carousels. On this page, you can add, remove, or update carousels images displaying on homepage. The final admin section is the settings page. Here, you can fill in your site information, including the brand name, logo, slogan, and other details about your e-commerce website. The next section is common setting, where you can set the number of items per page, as well as default color and theme. After that, you'll find currency and languages section, where you can add multiple languages and currencies and set the default ones. Next is payment methods, where you can define the acceptable payment options and set the default method. Finally, there is a delivery date sections. Here, you can add delivery dates based on your carrier's options and set a default date. Let's go for tech stack. This project uses TypeScript language, Nextjs 15, React 19, Tailwind, and ShadCN for framework, MongoDB and Mongoose ORM for database. For payment, we've used PayPal, Stripe, and Cash on Delivery. For deployment, we use Vercel, but it's possible to deploy on VPS. Authentication has been implemented by Auth.js, Google Auth, and Magic Links. For email service, we use Resend. You can replace it with whatever you want. For data validation, we've used Zod and React Hook Form. For file upload, Upload Thing is the best choice. And for making this website multilingual, we've used Nextjs package. I'm Basir, a senior web developer with experience working for international companies and teaching over 50K students around the world. I'll guide you through building this project step by step. This course is perfect for developers and entrepreneurs looking to enhance their skills or launch their own e-commerce platform. Basic React and Next.js knowledge is all you need. Let's get started and create our Next.js app in the next session. In this lesson, we are going to install AI tools and VS Code extensions. The best AI tools in VS Code based on ChatGPT response is GitHub Copilot. But in this project, I'm going to use Codium because it's free and it's as good as Copilot. To do that, in VS Code, go to Extensions and type Codium. Select it and install it. Then you will see Codium login in bottom right corner. Click on it, click on Login, Allow, and you'll be redirected to codium.com. Here you need to log in or create a new account. Log in with Google, select your Google account, and then click on Open VS Code. Awesome. You successfully logged in to Codium. To make sure that it works, go to page.tsx and press enter here. Then type const, and then you will get this ghost code by Codium. So it means that we successfully installed this package. After installing AI tools, it's time to install VS Code extensions. We use 6 VS Code extensions in this project. Let's start by installing ESLint. Simply click Extensions, type the name of extension, select it, and install it. Simply do this step for Prettier, VS Code icons, Tailwind, ES7 React snippet, and Pretty TypeScript errors. After installing these packages, it's time to configure VS Code. Press Command-Shift-P in Mac or Control-Shift-P in Windows and type Setting. Select Open User Setting JSON and add this configuration to your settings.json. Section 1 is for Prettier. Set default formatter to Prettier. Don't put semicolon at the end of commands. Use single quote instead of double quote. And for JS code, use single quote too. For editor setting, we don't need to display minimap. Set font size to 13. No need to margin. And format code on save. For UI part, set zoom level to 3. You can set it to whatever you like. No need to display command center at the top. Put the sidebar on right. Use VS Code icons and set layout control enable to false. Other options are optional. You don't need to them, but for This part, I suggest to use this setting. Without this setting, you can follow the project, of course, but this setting makes your code very similar to what I typed during this project. After setting this, if you save file, you don't have any semicolon, and instead of double quote, you have single quote, both in the TypeScript code and in JSX code, like this. That's it about installing AI tools and VS Code extensions. Until next lesson, bye-bye. Here is the plan to create Next application. First of all, open VS Code. Then from terminal menu, create a new terminal. Go to your favorite folder. I'm going to go to desktop. And based on documentation on Nextjs website, let's create Next app. Go to this link, copy this command, paste it here, press yes to install create Next app. Set app name. I set it to Nextjs Amazona. You can set it to whatever you like and press enter. Accept TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, no src directory, use app router, enable TurboPack, and no need to customize the import alias. Press enter to install dependencies. There we are. Go to this folder, Nextjs Amazona, and open it in VS Code by typing code space dot and press enter. In a new window, we have Nextjs Amazona project. Close the previous window. Here, just close it. Then go back to VS Code, open a new terminal, and npm run dev. Open this link in Google Chrome, and there we are. We have project running at localhost colon 3000. Let's go for next step. We need to install Signin UI on the project. On a new tab, open Signin installation instruction. Let's start by running this command npx Signin at latest init. Copy. Open a new terminal. Keep the npm run dev open, and in a new terminal, run this command. Accept New York style, natural style, use CSS variables. Because we are using React 19, Signin asks us about how would you like to proceed for installing packages. Use #legacy peer dips because some packages is not fully compatible with React 19. We use this option. Based on doc, step 3 is installing a button. Let's test it. Run npx Signin add button. Again, use legacy peer dips parameter. And there we are in components UI folder. We have button component from Signin. Let's change the theme to yellow. On Signin website, select theme, customize, yellow, copy code, copy, go back to project, open global.css and replace layer base root. Get rid of it and replace it with the code from clipboard. Then replace content in main element in page.tsx with this code. Go to page.tsx, find main content, delete all content inside main, and replace it with button component, import button from component UI/button. By pressing Ctrl space, you will get autocomplete to select button to import like this. Save the code, go to localhost colon 3000, and there we are. We have button like this. Next step is publishing this code to GitHub. We do this to deploy project on Vercel. First of all, you need to create GitHub account and connect your VS Code to GitHub. Then click on source control, enter a message. It's 01, create next app, verify changed files, and commit. Then click publish branch. Here we have two options: publish to private or public repository. I'm going to select public repository. It's uploading files, open on GitHub. And there we are. We have project, the source code of project at this address. So you can use this link to access the source code of this project. Let's deploy this project on Vercel. Open vercel.com and create a new account. Then log into your account. You will be redirected to vercel.com/yourname-project. Then click Add New Project. Here, you need to connect your Vercel account to your GitHub account. After creating connection, you will have a list of all repository here. I select Nextjs Amazona, import it, accept default options, and click on Deploy. It's installing dependencies, creating optimized build, generating static pages, and deploying outputs. There we are. You just deployed a new project to Vercel. Let's open it. Click on this link. And there we are. At this address, you will have the running version of this project. So if you want to get the source code, go to this link. And to get the running version, the demo version of project, go to this link at vercel.app. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create a website layout for e-commerce website like Amazon. Let's define app name, slogan, and description in .env.local file. So I'm going to set environment variable file, right click on empty space in your Explorer, new file, .env.local. Here is the content for this file. Set next public app name to your brand name. I'm going to set it to NXT AMZN. Set slogan to speed less, enjoy more. And app description an Amazon clone built with Nextjs and MongoDB. Next step is creating constant file to read environment variables. Go to live folder, new file, constant.ts, and define app name. Export const app name from environment variables. If it is null, default name for app name is NXT Amazon. Same rules apply to app slogan and app description. Next step is creating logo.svg and save it in /public/icons folder. You can find the logo.svg from my repository. Link in the description. I just copy logo.svg from my repository and then go to the project, create new folder, icons, and paste it right here. We don't need other SVG files. Delete all of them. So in public, we have icons. Inside icons, we have logo.svg. Next step is creating two classes in global.css. Open global.css in app folder. At the very end, create layer utilities. Inside that, create header button. It's a Tailwind class. So I'm using apply from Tailwind and set header button to combination of these classes. Cursor to pointer, create padding 1, create border. Border is transparent, but on hover, it's white. It's similar to what we have in Amazon. And set rounded to pixel for border. Also create heading 1 bold. As a class, it makes the content bold. Font size 2XL, in large screen 3XL. Next step is creating menu component inside components shared header. I just copy this component shared header .tsx, then go to empty space, right click, new file, paste the path, and press enter. Automatically in component shared header, we have menu.tsx. Here is the code of menu.tsx. Import shopping cart icon and user icon from Lucid React. By installing Shadcn, automatically this package is going to be installed. And import link from Next. Then export the default function menu and then return this div. Set class name to flex justify end. Create nav element. Set the class name to flex gap 3 and full screen, full width. We have two links, two buttons. First one is sign in and second one is cart. For sign in, we have user icon. Next to that, we have sign in text. And for cart, we have shopping cart icon. Next to that, cart as a caption of this link. Save the code, go back to plan. Step 6 is installing two components from Shadcn by running this command in terminal. Open a new terminal and run npx shadcn add select and input component. Like always, use legacy peer dips, and after installing, inside UI folder in component, we have install packages, install components, input and select. Go for next step. It's creating search component. In header, inside component shared header, new file, search.tsx. Here's the code. Import search icon from Lucid React and input from Shadcn. Also import select component from Shadcn. Import app name from libconstant.ts. For categories, I'm going to use static array. Later, we load components categories from database. Then export default search component. Inside that, create a form, set action to /search. We implement this page later. Set method to get and set class to flex item stretch height 10. It's gonna be 40 pixel. Then shape select like this. Set the name to category. Select trigger has select value, the placeholder is all. And in select content, we render select items based on the categories. Convert each category to a select item. Right after select, create input, set type to search, name to queue, and placeholder search site and the name of site, search site next Amazon. At the end, render a button, set type to submit, and render search icon inside this button. To make select box, input box, and button like a group, I set rounded for input, button, and select like this. Let's go for next step. It's creating sample menu items. Create data.ts in live folder. Go to live, new file, data.ts, and create data as a constant. It's an object that contains header menus as an array. In this array, we have objects like this, the name of menu and the URL, the href. Here is list of all menu with href, and at the end, export data. Save it. Go for next step. It's creating index.tsx inside header. Go to components, shared header, new file, index.tsx. Here is the content. Create header component. Inside that, render header element, HTML element, set class name background to black and text to white because we are going to make the header as dark theme. Inside that, create a div. In this div, we are going to render brand, logo, and name, and sign in and cart menu. Inside that, create another div, and inside that, create the last div in this hierarchy. Then create a link to the home page. Inside that, render an image. The URL is logo.svg. And right next to the link, render app name. After this div, render search. It's hidden in small screen and it's visible on medium device and bigger screens. After search bar, render menu. If we are on a smaller screen like mobile devices, display search in a new row by this class name. After rendering header, it's time to render menus in the header. In a new row, render a button like what we have in Amazon to render all, before all render hamburger menu, and right after all menu, render list of all header menus from data using this code. Save it, go back for next step to create footer. Go to component shared, right click, footer.tsx. Here is the content of footer. It's a client-side component, so mark it as use client. In footer component, render footer HTML element like header, make it dark. Inside that, create a div. In this div, render a button. When user click on this button, we scroll to top of the web page. After that, render 3 links, condition of use, privacy notice, and help. We will implement these pages later. We will implement these pages later in admin dashboard. Then render copyright info and address of e-commerce website. Good. Next step is creating home folder. It's a route group. Go to app, new folder, set folder name to home. And inside that, create layout.tsx, new file, layout.tsx. Here is the content of layout. What I did here is to create a div, set it to flex column, and occupy full screen by mean height screen. Inside that, render header, main content, inside main render children, and footer. Let's go step 12. In this step, we need to move page.tsx from here to home folder. Move it, open it, and replace content with this code. I just create heading 1, set class name to h1 bold, make it center, create padding, homepage content. We update this content in next lessons. Then update app/layout.tsx. Here, inside app, not in home folder, in the root, in the app folder, select layout and find export const meta, remove it, and replace it with this code. Set title to a template that contains the title of this page and concatenate it with app name. If there is no title for a page, the default one is appname.app slogan. For app description, for the description of this page, use app description. Let's move import from here to the top of the page. That's it. Make sure that npm run is running and there is no error. Refresh the page. Awesome. Here we have this beautiful page. To make this rounded like Amazon, go to global.css and inside layer base root, find radius and put 0.5 for radius. Save it and awesome. Here is the result, very similar to Amazon.com. Let's make sign-in and cart like Amazon. Go to menu.tsx and replace link for sign in with this one, hello, sign in, set class name to flex item center. For cart button, replace this with this one, create a div, set flex items end, render shopping cart icon, and cart caption next to this icon. Get rid of user icon, then let's check the result. Great, very similar to Amazon. Here is the result. As you see, all links are like Amazon here, and only all button, it's not like others. Let's fix it. Index.tsx in header, find all button and set class to dark. So it's gonna fix the issue with this. Later, we make it functional. When user click on it, a sidebar opens to display shop by category. The last step is deploying this lesson to Vercel. First of all, we need to copy the content of .env.local. Open env, copy this, then paste it in Vercel environment. Go to vercel.com, log into your account, and find your project in your Vercel dashboard. Go to setting, find environment variables, and here, click here and paste it right here. Save it, back, commit changes and push it to GitHub. Automatically, it's going to be deployed on Vercel. Let's do that. We have 20 files, 25 files changed. We have 25 changed files. Let's put a commit message. It is create website layout and commit. Then sync changes. Open the repository. So you can find the source code of this project at this link. And here, as you see, last commit is create website layout and it's pending. Vercel is deploying your app. Let's click on details. Great. Website is ready. Click on your website name, on project, and click on project thumbnail. If I change the zoom, you can see that it's exactly what we have on localhost. Great, that's it about this lesson to create website layout for e-commerce website like Amazon. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create homepage carousel. Let's copy 3 banners from my repository. You have the link of repo in the video description and put them inside public folder. From my repo, I copy 3 banners and then inside the project in public, new folder, images, and paste them right here. 1, 2, 3 banners. Next one is creating carousels array inside data object. Go to data.ts, right after header menus, create carousels as an array that contains 3 items. Each item has title, button, caption, image, URL, and is published as Boolean. All of them are true. And for image, they are banner 3, 1, and 2. You can add your banners 2 to this list. Save it, Go for next step. It's installing Carousel component from shadcn. In a new terminal, run npx shadcn add carousel. Select use legacy peer depths. It says the file already exists. Would you like to overwrite? Press enter for no. That's it, it's installed. The next package that we need here is mblock carousel autoplay to enable autoplay for the carousel. Let's install this package. It's installed. Then create home carousel inside components shared home. I just copy this. Then in empty space, new file, paste it and press enter. Automatically inside component shared, it creates home folder, and inside that we have home carousel. Here is the content of home carousel. It's a client component, export function home carousel. It accepts items as props, and we have all field of carousel for each item in items array. Then define plugin as React use ref, and inside that call autoplay from mblock carousel autoplay. Delay is 3 seconds and stop on interaction. When you hover mouse over carousel, it stop autoplay. In the return part, render carousel from shadcn, set direction to left to right, enable plugin, set class name full width margin X auto. For on mouse enter stop autoplay, and for on mouse leave reset it. Inside carousel render carousel content, and inside that convert each item to a carousel item. Set the key to item.title, and inside that render a link, and inside that render a link, and inside that render a link, set href to item.url. Then render a div, set flex aspect to 16:6 to render the horizontal image of banners, item center, justify center, create padding, relative, and set margin to -1. Inside that, render the image, set class name to object cover, and set priority to true to render it at the beginning of rendering this page. Right after image, we need to render the title of banner and also and button. Create a div, set class name to absolute because it should be appear on top of the image, and set left and top right like this. Let's make heading to simple like this. Text extra large for medium device, 6XL. So for small devices, it's extra large. Other devices, 6XL. Font bold, margin button 4, and text primary. Inside that render item.title, and right after that render a button from shadcn. It's hidden in mobile and it's block visible on medium device and bigger devices. Render button caption. At the very end, right after carousel button, render carousel previews and next button like this. Save the code, get rid of cn here. Let's go for step 6. It's inside page.tsx in home folder, import home carousel and render it like this. Go to page.tsx in home and import home carousel data, render home carousel, pass data.carousel as parameter for items, and there we go. Refresh the page and there we are. We have beautiful carousel here. And as you see, autoplay works here. If you hover over the carousel, autoplay stop. If I click on back and forward icon, I can see next or previous carousel. Great, we successfully implemented product carousel on homepage. Let's commit changes. There is 12 files changed here. Set, enter commit message, commit, and sync changes. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to connect to MongoDB and seed sample products to MongoDB database. Let us start by step 1. It's creating MongoDB database on Atlas MongoDB Cloud Server. Go to mongodb.com. In a new tab, go to mongodb.com. Try Atlas free and sign up with Google. I already have an account, so I sign in with my Google account. After login, you'll be redirected to cloud.mongodb.com. If you don't have cluster 0, create cluster, select a free one and create deployment. Then in the cluster 0, click on browse collections. You shouldn't have any database here if you created your MongoDB account. Then click on create database. Enter your database name, Nextjs-Amazona, collection name to test, and create. Awesome. It's created. Go to database access, add IP address, enter 0.0.0.0/0, comment all, and confirm. You should have this record here so you can access to your database from any server. If you want to limit it, later you can limit only from your Vercel or your web hosting IP address to this database server. Next step is database access. Click here, add new database user, password, enter username to Nextjs-Amazona and password to a secure password. Scroll down, add built-in rule, select read and write to any database, and add user. There we are. This user has been added. That's it. Let's go to cluster, connect, drivers, and copy this code. Go back to project, open env.local, and create a section for database. Set MongoDB URI equal to and paste the connection string here. Set DB username to your DB username. For me, it's Nextjs-Amazona. Password to the password of this user. For me, it's sec126. I will delete it later, so you need to use your own, not this one. And then after mongodb.net/ enter your database name, Nextjs-Amazona, and keep the rest as it is. Save it. Next step is installing Mongoose. In a new terminal, npm I mongoose. Done. Next one is creating index.ts in libdb folder. I just copy the whole URL, the whole file address, in empty space, new file, paste lib/db/index.ts and press enter. Automatically, it creates db folder inside that index.ts for us. Here is the code for index.ts, import mongoose from mongoose, and define cache as global.mongoose. If it doesn't exist, create empty object with two properties, connection to null and promise to null. We are going to use cached to access to the database and do not create a new connection on every page load. Then define Connect to DB as an async function that accepts MongoDB URI as parameter, and by default it is MongoDB URI in the environment variable. I mean right here, this connection string. Check the cache.con. By default it's null, so it doesn't return the cached connection at first run. So we go to this line. If there is no MongoDB URI, through MongoDB URI is missing error. If we have MongoDB URI, we check the promise in the cached object. By default, it's null, so this code will be run. It connects to the MongoDB using mongos.connect function. Then get the result as cache.promise and call this function and put it in the cache.connect. Then return cache.connect. Awesome. By calling this function, we can get access to the cached connection every time we need to run query on the database. Let's go for next step. In the utils.ts, create two functions. Go to utils.ts. At the very end, create format number with decimal as a function. It accepts number of type string, of type number, and return value as a string. What we did here is to find the integer part and decimal part of the number and check if we have decimal. We pad at the end of the decimal part 0 to make it two digits. So if it's 1.2, it's gonna be 1.20. If it doesn't have the decimal part, we return the integer part as it is. Next one is toSlug function. Here I'm using ChatGPT. By running this prompt, create toSlug tsRO function that convert text to lowercase, remove non-word, non-white space, non-hyphen characters, replace white spaces, trim leading hyphens, and trim trailing hyphens. So by running this on ChatGPT, we get this function toSlug to convert product name to a slug version to be able to put it in the URL, use it as a URL. Next step is installing Zod. It's a data validation package. And then create validator.ts in lib folder. Go to lib, new file, validator.ts. Import z from Zod and format number with decimal from utils. First of all, create a new type named price. It accepts field of type string and return z.queries.number function and refine the number based on this criteria. If it is integer or decimal with 2 decimal point, it's okay. Otherwise, we return this error. It must have exactly 2 decimal places like this. Then create the product input schema. Every product should follow the data validation rules in product input schema. For each product, we have name of type string. Minimum length is 3. If it doesn't pass this criteria, we return this error message. Next field is a slug category images. Images is an array of a string, and at least we should have 1 image. Brand description is published of type Boolean. Price of type price. The name of this field is price. List price of type price. Content stock, it's of type number, should be integer and shouldn't be non-negative. We have tags, sizes, and colors for product of type arrays of a string. By default, they are empty array. Average rating of type number between 0 to 5. Num reviews of type number should be integer. Rating distribution is an array of this object. Each object has rating and count of type number. Next one is reviews. For this lesson, I just keep it as an array of a string, but later we create review type here. The last one is num cells of type integer and shouldn't be non-negative. So we created the data schema for product based on ZOD. And next step is creating a type based on it using z.infer. Create types folder /index.ts. Let's do that on empty space, new file, types/index.ts. In this file, export type iProduct input, import z from ZOD, and infer based on product input schema, imported from /lib/validator. So if you hover over iProduct input type, you can see all fields based on product input schema. Next step is creating product model. Copy this, go to Explorer, empty space, new file, and paste and press enter. Inside libdb, it creates models folder. Inside that, it creates product.model.ts. Go back to plan. Here is the code for product model. Define interface iProduct by extending documents from Mongoose and iProduct input from types folder. Then add or concatenate these properties to iProduct input and document. ID created at and updated at. Then define product schema by creating new object from schema class and set the generic to iProduct. Inside that, define name field of type string. It's required. Slug category images array of string. Brand description price list price content stock. Tags colors sizes arrays of a string. By default, for tags, it's new array. By default, colors, they are white, red, black, and by default size, they are small, medium, large. You can change to whatever you like. Average rating, num review, review description, num cells is published of type Boolean. Review is an array of references to the review model. We create this model later, and timestamp is true by default. On creating a new document, it adds two new fields, created at and updated at automatically. Then create product object by checking models.product as model of iProduct. If it does exist, use it. Otherwise, create a new model by calling model function, passing two parameters to this model, the name of this object in database, its product, and the schema of this object. At the end, export default product. Let's go for next step. Inside types index, create type data. It's an object that contains products as array of iProduct input, header menu of type name and href array, and carousel is an array of this type. Next step is in data.ts. At the beginning, import data iProducts from types folder and toSlug from utils. Then define products as array of iProduct input. Here I'm going to define 24 products. Let us start by defining the first product. Here the name of product is Nike men's slim fit long sleeve t-shirt. For slug, I'm using toSlug function from utils to convert it to URL friendly version. Set category to t-shirt, images p11-1.jpg. So it has two images. Tags is new arrival, is published is true, price, and other fields like this. Here, I need to put images inside images folder. Before doing this, I'm going to add next 23 products. So I just copy all of them. You can find them in my repository until to the end of 24. Right after this, paste, save, come back to the beginning and make it collapsed. Next step is changing the type of data object to the data. And to get rid of this error, put products here. Great. Let's go for next step. It's adding images. So I just go to the repository, find product P11-1 until to P46-2. Copy, go to images in public, paste them right here. Also, I'm going to put t-shirt, shoes, wrist watches, and jeans. Copy and paste them inside images. So I added 3 category images like this. Next one is creating seed function inside db folder in lib create seed.ts, lib db new file seed.ts, and there we are. First of all, I'm calling load env config from next/env and call cwd from process. By calling this, I can have access to .env.local variables inside this file. Then define main function as an async function in try-catch block, get access to data, to products from data, connect to the database, delete all products by calling products.delete many, and then call insert many on products and pass products from data. Then console log the created products and this message. Then exit from the process, go back to the terminal. If there is something wrong, display error message. Great, let's go for next step. It's adding a new script to the script section in package.json. Go to package.json. At the beginning of a script section, add seed. By running seed, it runs npx tsx this file. Let's run it in step 15. Run this command, npm run seed. Great, seeded successfully. Let's go back to the cloud.mongodb.com. Go to browse collections, find Nextjs Amazona. Here we have products. Click on it. Here is list of all products added to the database. If I click on Nextjs Amazona, it says we have 24 documents in products collection. Next step is putting MongoDB URI in Vercel environment. What I'm gonna do is to go to env.local, copy this line, go back to vercel.com, find the project, go to setting, find environment variables, scroll down, go to key, paste the code here, save it, and that's it. Let's commit changes and push to GitHub. We have 64 changed files. Name of this commit message is connect to DB and seed data. Commit and sync changes. If you get HTTP 400 CURL 22 error when syncing changes, we need to run this command on the terminal. Copy this in a new terminal, paste it, and press enter. Because we pushed a few large images, we may get this error. By running this command, sync changes works as you want. Or you can just run git push to push your changes to GitHub and deploy your project on Vercel. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create home cards. Let's start by installing card component from shadcn. In a new terminal, npx shadcn add card. It's added. Then create home cart inside home folder in shared. Component shared home, new file, home cart. Here is the code for this component. First of all, create a type for cart item. It has title of type string, link of type object, text and href, and items as an array of this type. It has name, items, image, and href. Then create home cart component. It accepts cards of type cart items, cart item array, and inside that we return a div. In this div, set class name to greet calls 1 for mobile device, 1 item in a row. For medium device, 2 item in a row, 2 card in a row. For large devices, 4 card in a row. For medium device and bigger, create gap 4. Then convert each card passed as props to home cart to a cart component from shadcn. Set key to cart title and set class name. Get rid of rounded. Create flex column style. Inside that, create cart component. Set class name to padding and flex font. Inside that, create heading 3, text extra large, and render cart title. Then render a div, set it to grid, create 2 columns and gap to 4, and convert cart items to a link. Inside link, render image, and right after image, in a new row, render a paragraph, set the content to item.name. Right after cart content, check if we have link for this cart or not. If we have, render cart footer, set href to cart link href, and render caption of this link to cart link text. Save the code. Next step is creating product action. In lib, create new folder, actions. Inside actions, new file, product actions. Here is the code. Make it server component. Use server to run this code only on server side. Import connect to database and product from product model. Then export async function get all categories. Here we are going to return all categories. Connect to the database and call find method of product model only for published items, and use distinct to only return distinct categories of products. Then return the category. Second function is get products for cart. It accepts tag and limit of type string and number. By default, limit is 4. And connect to the database, call find function of product model, and use this filter. Only return items with this tag, and it is published product. Second parameter is projection. So we are going to get the field name of product. For href, we concatenate /product/slug of product. And for image, we only get the first item of images array. Sort them by created at descending and only return 4 by default. At the end, JSON parse and JSON stringify to convert products and render it as this type, an array of name, href, and image. Next step is updating page.tsx in home folder. Go to page, and here is the code. Call get all categories and only get first 4 items using a slice 04. Import get all categories from product.action Next command is getting products for cart by passing tag to new arrival and limit to 4. So we are going to get all products with new arrival tag. Import get products for cart. Next one is getting products based on featured tag, and the next one is bestseller products using get products for cart by passing bestseller as tag to this function. After getting data, it's time to shape the cart object. It's an array. The first item has this title, categories to explore. The link is search page. We implement this page later. And the caption is see more. For items, I convert categories fetched in this function to this object name, image, and href. For image, /images /to slug. Import to slug from lib and put JPG at the end of it. Next one, title is explore new arrivals. Items come from new arrivals. Here, get products for cart. And the link is going to be redirected to search page by this query string, filter by tag equal to new arrival. Next one is for bestseller cart, and the last one is featured product. Convert home carousel in the return part to this. Create empty container. Right after home carousel, render a div for medium device padding 4, space 4, change background to BG border. Import home cart from shared home cart. Save the code. Let's check the result. There we are. Here we have home carts. The first one is categories to explore, list of all categories, and the link redirect user to the search page, explore new arrivals, the link redirect user to new arrival, products. Third one is discover bestseller products, and the last one is featured product. If I select a product, I get 404 error. We implement this page later. Great, that's it about this lesson, creating home cart items like this. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create today's deal slider on homepage. Let's start by creating h2bold class in global.css. Open global.css and inside utilities layer right after h1bold, create h2bold, set font to bold, text to large, and for large screen text to extra large. Next step is updating product.actions.ts and creating get products by tag function. Product action, open it. We already have two functions. Let's add the new one. Get product by tag. It accepts tag and limit as parameter. Inside this function, we connect to the database and find products based on tag parameter and only return published products. Sort them by created at descending and only return first limit documents. Here limit is 10 by default. Then convert products to string and convert it to JavaScript object and cast it as iProduct array. Import iProduct from models/product.model. Save it. Go for next step. In util, we need to create two functions to format currency and format numbers. Copy this, go to util, At the very end, paste it. So what we have is format currency. Using currency formatter, here I defined it as a constant. It's a new object of intel.number format class. First parameter is the locale, it's ENUS, and second parameter is options. The currency is US dollar, style is currency, and minimum fraction digits is 2. For format number, simply return this structure, put comma, just put 1000 comma for numbers. Next step is creating rating components. I'm using V0 AI service by Versal. You can find the details of this prompt here. Here is the text of prompt. And by running this, I get this TypeScript code. Also, I have edited this font to make it as we want. So go to components shared product and create rating.tsx. Component shared, create new folder for product, new file, rating.tsx, and paste the code here. What we did here is to export the default function rating. It accepts two parameters, rating, by default it's 0, and size, it's the size of rating icon. By default it's 6. Then we calculate floor of rating because it has decimal point numbers to get the number of full stars. To get the partial star, get the remaining of rating divided by 1. And for empty stars, find the ceiling of rating and decrease it by 5. In the return part, we have a parent class, set class name to flex item center. For area label, set the text to rating this value out of 5 stars. Then create an array of full stars and map each item to star icon. Import star from Lucid React. But here I'm setting the class name, width and height based on size parameter. Set field color to field primary, and set text color to text primary. And use field primary class to fill the content with the primary color, and also set the text color to primary. If partial stars is greater than 0, then render star like this. Render star, but it's empty star because it doesn't have field primary. And right after this, render another div, set it to absolute to overlay on this star icon, and based on the partial star, change the width of full star over this empty star. At the end, render all empty stars. Save it. Go for next step. It's creating product price component. Inside product, new file, product price.tsx. Here is the content of this component. Product price is a component to render price of products. It accepts price of type number. Is it for deal of type Boolean? By default, it's false. Does it have list price of type number? The class name for listing? By default, it's true. And just render plain text for price. By default, it's false. What I did here is to calculate discount percentage by calling map.round on this value. What I did is to divide price by list price and decrease it by 100 and multiply by 100 and then take the round value to calculate the discount percentage. Next step is converting the price to a string and then get the integer and float value of the price. Then check plain. If we are going to render plain price, use format currency. We already created it in utils folder, utils.ts. Otherwise, check list price. If it's equal to 0, there is no need to render list price. So I just need to render the price itself. I'm going to render int value with text 3x large and the floating point using line super to put it above the int part and make it extra small. Also render dollar before them. If it is for DL, change the color, put the discount percentage, and render limited time DL. Then render the price like what we did in previous step, but we need to render the list price. It was line true class, the list price. If it's not for DL, only render the price and the list price. Next step is creating image hover component inside product folder image hover.tsx. Here is the code of it. It's a client-side component, import image and user state. What we did here is to render an image. When user hold mouse on image for a second, we display another image of this product. To do that, we define is hovered as the state. By default, it's false, and hover timeout, it's a second. In the return part, when on mouse enter, we call handle mouse enter. What we did here is to define the timeout. And for on mouse leave, we clear the timeout and set is hover to false. Then we render the image. This RC is the main image URL. And the second image, it's absolute and it is hidden by default. When is hovered is true, it's visible, and the main image is hidden using opacity 0. Next step is creating product cart. Let's create it inside product folder, product cart. Product cart accept 3 props: product, hide borders, hide details. Product is of type iProduct and others are Boolean. Inside that, render product image. It's a link to the product details page. We implement this page later. And inside that, render a depth with relative edge 52, height 13 rem. If number of images is greater than 1, use image hover to display 2 images. Otherwise, render image using image tag from next/image. Second component inside product cart is product details. Here we render product brand, link to product name inside a link to the product details page. And I'm using this class to render 2 lines of product name, not the others, to keep the height of product cart in same size. After that, render product rating and num reviews. I'm displaying rating using rating component. And after rating, render product price. If product tag contains today's DL, DL is true. At the end, render the product card component. If hide border is true, there is no need to create card. So I just render a div, render product image. If hide details is false, render product details. And if hide border is false, render this cart from chat.cn. In cart header, render product image, and in cart content, render product details. Only if hide details is false. Next step, creating product slider in the same folder as product cart. Right-click, new file, product slider. Here is the code for product slider. It accepts title, products, and hide details. By default, it's false. And it returns a div with full width and BG background. In H2, render title and create carousel from chat.cn. Set class name to full width. And in options, align from start. In carousel content, convert each product in products array to a product carousel component, carousel item component. Set key to product slug to make it unique. And for class name, if hide details is true, render 4 items in a row for medium device and 6 items for large. If hide details is false, we need more space, so render 3 items in a row for medium device and 5 items for large device. Inside that, render product cart, pass product from products array as property to this component, hide border, and hide add to cart button. Also, set hide details based on the hide details passed to product slider component as props. At the very end, render previous and next button. Let's use product slider. Go to page.tsx in home, and in right after home cart, render a cart imported from component UI cart, cart content, all of them from chat.cn, and product slider from shared product slider. Product slider has 2 parameters. Title, it's today's deal, and products is list of products for today's deal. Let's get today's deal's product. Right before return, get today's deal from get products by tag and pass today's deal as tag to this function. Import it from product actions. Good. Let's check the result. There we are. I scroll down. Here is today's deal section. We have list of products with today's deal tag. If I hover over a product, I can see second image of this product like this. It shows the rating, percentage off, and price like this. Show discounted price and list price. Great. We successfully implemented today's deal section in homepage. Let's commit changes. Here we have 11 changed files. Always run npm run build to make sure there is no error in your code, TypeScript error. As you see, linting and checking passed. And we are ready to put a commit message, create today's deal slider, commit changes, and push them to GitHub. After push, you can go to your Vercel dashboard, find your project. In deployment, you can see it's building your project. It's done. Select, visit, get rid of extra items in the URL, Nextjs Amazon or Vercel, and make sure today's deal works as you want. Great, that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create best-selling slider. It is very similar to what we did for today's deal slider. Simply, we need to update the page.tsx inside home folder. Right after Today's deal, create another cart content product slider, set title to best-selling products, and products come from best-selling products. Let's create this constant, duplicate today's deal, rename it to best-selling products, and change today's deal to bestseller for tag. Save the code, refresh, and at the very end, there we are. We have best-selling products. For best-selling products, there is no description because here we set hide details to true, so it doesn't show the details section like what we have for today's deal. In your e-commerce website, you can customize it based on your preference. Good. We successfully implemented best-selling products slider in this lesson. Like always, don't forget to deploy your changes by putting commit message, commit, and sync changes. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create product details page. Let us start by installing React Medium Image Zoom. We use this package to zoom images, product images. In a new terminal, npm install React Medium Image Zoom. Then add a new component from chatcn, its separator. Install it by running this command. Use legacy peer depths. And let's define a new constant in constant.ts, its page size. Go to constant. At the very end, add page size. Here we get the page size from environment variables. It doesn't exist. Use 9. We're going to show 9 items per page as a result. Next step is creating this function, get products by slug. And second function is get related products by category. Copy them, go to product action, at the very end, define them. So what I did is to create async function, get products by slug. What I did here is to get slug as parameter, connect to the database, call find one on product, and set filter based on slug, and make sure that this product is published. If it doesn't exist, raise this error. Otherwise, convert this object to a plain text JavaScript object and cast it as iProduct. Next function is get related products by category. What we did here is to get the category of current product and product ID. Set page limit to page size, import it from constant. And in this function, connect to the database, calculate a skip amount by converting page to number -1 multiplied by a limit. Here, I'm setting here we set the condition for the query. Is published should be true. The category of product should be the category passed as parameter to this function. And we're not gonna include current product ID as related products using this criteria, not equal to product ID. Then call find method on product model from Mongoose. Set condition, sort by num cells. So we're going to find the best selling products at first. Skip amount and limit. By having a skip and limit, we can paginate products. Find number of all products and return this object. For data, convert products to plain text object. Cast it as iProduct array. And return total pages by dividing product counts by limit and find the ceiling of it using math.ceil. Save the code, go back to plan and create product category and create product gallery to render product images in product details page. go to components, shared product, and create product-gallery.tsx. Component, shared product, new file, product gallery. Here is the code. It's a client-side component, import zoom from React, medium image zoom, and import CSS style of this package like this. Then export default function product galleries. It accepts images of type strings array. Then define state selected image. By default, it's 0. In the return type, render a dev set flex gap 2, and inside that, create another dev set flex column gap 2, create margin top to 8. Then convert each image in images array to a button, and inside button render image using image component from Next. Set the source of image, alternative text is product image, set width and height, it's just thumbnail. When user click on it or on mouse over, set selected image to the index of current image. Next section is a dev to render image in full size. Wrap the image in zoom. So by doing this, when user click on it, it's gonna be full screen image. In the dev, set class name to relative and set height to 500 pixel. Render image, set the source to the selected image index. Set alternative product image, fill the space, set sizes to 90, viewport width, set class name to object contain, and set priority to true. Good. Next step is creating select variant component. Go to same folder as product gallery, new file, select variant. We're gonna show sizes and colors as variant so user can select them when they want to order products. Here is the code. Select variant, export default this function. It accepts product size and color as parameter of these types. Find the selected color if color is selected. If color exists, use it, otherwise color 0. Same rule applies to selected size. In the return part, check length of colors. If it's greater than 0, we need to render colors. Convert each color to a button, and inside button create a link to this URL. Use URL search params to shape a URL based on the selected color and set the size to the selected size. And in this dev, I'm changing the background color based on the selected color. If it's red, the background here should be red. And next to this rectangle colored div, display the color itself. Display the color itself. Then check the sizes, like what we did for colors. Display list of sizes for this product. That's it. Let's go and create page.tsx inside app root product slug. I just copy whole URL and then go to empty space, new file, press paste and press enter. So we create root group. Inside that, create product slug. Slug is in square brackets, so it's a parameter that we fetch this parameter inside this component. Here is the code. First of all, define generate metadata. It's an async function, and inside that we get the params using await props.params, and from params get the slug. So in the URL, it's /product/slug of product. So at this point, we get access to the slug and call get products slug to find the product from database. If it doesn't exist, set title of page to product not found. Otherwise, set title to product name and description to product description. Then it's time to render page component. Set the name of it to product details. It accepts probs of this type. Params is promise that contains a slug of type string, and search params is another promise that contains page color and size. What we did here is to find the search params by calling await probs.searchParams and get access to page color and size. Then get params from the URL and find slug from params. Then get the products by calling get products by slug and pass slug in the URL as parameter to this function. Also calculate related products by calling get related products and pass category equal to product category and product ID equal to product._ID. For page, check the page. If it doesn't exist, set page to 1. In the return part of product details page, create a div. Inside that, create a section. The first section is about displaying product information. In the first div, display product gallery. Here I'm using grid. For medium and bigger devices, create 4 columns. First 2 columns is for product gallery. Next 2 columns is for product details, and the last column is for action to add product to the cart. So here we render product gallery by passing images from product.images to this component, and then in product details section render brand of product and category. Product name in heading 1, use font bold text large, large device text X large, and then render product rating. Import rating from rating components shared product rating. Pass average rating to this component, and in span render number of reviews like this. Then create a separator, import it from where? From chatcn component UI separator. After that, it's time to render product price. Create another div. In this div, create a child div, and in this child div render product price component. Pass price, list price, is deal if it includes today's deal in the tag, and for listing, it's not for listing, so it should be false. After rendering product price, it's time to render select variant section so user can select size and color by using select variant component. Create another separator, and in the last section of product details, display product description like this. Right in the last column for product details, create a card. In card content, render product price. Then check product content stock. If it's greater than 0 and less than 3, render this warning using text descriptive, only content stock items left in the stock order soon. Check. Let's have another check. If content stock does not equal to 0, then render in stock, otherwise out of stock. Here I'm using text deconstructive to make it red and text green, 704 in stock. Let's go for last section. It's a product slider component to render best sellers in this category. I'm using related products.data as products property for product slider. Save the code. Let's go for next step is creating a layout for root. Go to root folder, new file, layout.tsx, paste this code here, and only add padding 4. So the only difference in layout in home and layout in root folder is having padding 4 in layout in root. Save the code. Let's check the result. On localhost column 3000, select a product. There we are. We successfully created product details page. What we have here is zoom for product, image gallery, brand name and category, product name, rating. If it's for today's deal, it shows price like this. Selecting color. When I change a color, it changes the URL too. Let's say size to 11. Size to 11 has been applied. So you can send this link to your friend in a new tab. As you see, the color black and size 11 have been selected in the product details page. Here is description section and bestseller in shoes category. Because this product is in shoes category, we display bestseller in shoes to provide other options for customer to choose products. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, let's commit changes and make sure that it works on Vercel too. What I'm gonna do is to stop project, npm run build. Always run this command before pushing your code to make sure that there is no TypeScript or other compile time error in your code. When linting and checking is okay, you are good to commit and push your changes. So go to version control, put a descriptive message, commit and push your changes. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create browsing history for user. Let us start by installing Zustand. It's a state manager for React. In the terminal, npm install Zustand and make sure npm run dev is running. Then create use browsing history ts inside hooks folder. We don't have hooks. Let's create hooks under root, and inside that new file, use browsing history.ts. Here is the code: import create from Zustand and persist from Zustand middleware. Then define browse. Then define browsing history type. It has products as an array of ID and category. Set initial state to empty array for products and call create from Zustand. It creates store for saving state of browsing history. As parameter for create function, pass persist function. Call persist from Zustand middleware, and as parameter for persist function, define this arrow function, return initial state, and second parameter for persist is the name of this store in the local storage. We set it to browsing. We set it to browsing history state. Next step is defining use browsing history hook. Export default this function. Inside that, call browsing history store from here and get products from it. Then return products, return add item, and return clear. Add item is a function that accepts product of type ID and category. Inside that, we check if we have this product in the products array or not. If it exists, remove duplicate, then add product to the product list. Then if products.length is greater than 0, remove the first added product to the products array. At the end, update the state of browsing history store by calling setState and setting products to the updated products in this function. Last function is clear. What it does is to reset products to empty array. Let's go for next step and create browsing history list component inside shared component shared new file browsing history list. Here is the code. Export default function browsing history list component. It accepts state. It accepts class name of type string. Get access to products from use browsing history hook. We already created this component, this hook. Check products.length. If it doesn't equal to 0, then create a div, set background color to BG background, set background color to background variable, create separator, and concatenate the class of browsing history list with this separator. By default, we have margin button to 4. Then render product list. We create product list later in this file. We have two props for product list component. Title, it's related to items that you have viewed. And second, props for product list is type. It can be either history or related. For this case, it's related. And second, product list is of type history, your browsing history. Here we hide details, but for this one, we display details of product. Let's go for product list. It accepts 3 props, title, type, hide details. What we did here is to get products from use browsing history hook and define data as state, React state. In use effect, we define fetch products. It's an async function that call fetch for this API. We implement this API. The API is /API/products browsing history. Type comes from the type property, and categories comes from the categories of this product. We call map to only get categories and join them by comma. And for IDs, we return IDs of products array by concatenating them together by comma. At the end, get the response of this API using rest.json and set data to the data comes from this API. In the use effect, call this function. When there is a change in products and type, call it again. In the return part, if data has item, render slider, product slider component, set title to the title passed to product list, products from the fetch product function, and hide details based on the hide details passed to product list. Save it and let's go for implementing an API for browsing history. Here is the address of this API. In the project Explorer, right-click, new file, and paste this app API products browsing history route.ts. Great, it creates this file for us. Here is the content of this route. It's a Nextjs route handler function. Export const get for get, HTTP get. What we did in this function is to get list type from the search params. If it doesn't exist by default, set it to history. Get products ID and categories from search parameters. If we do not have product ID and categories, return empty array. Otherwise, find products ID. Otherwise, convert product ID params to product ID array by splitting by comma and get categories. Shape filter constant by checking list type. If it's equal to history, the filter is gonna be like this. Return ID in products ID array. If it's related, the list type is related product, get products in the same category, and ID shouldn't be the ID of current product. And the ID shouldn't be the ID in the product's ID array. Then connect to the database, find products by filter. If list type is history, sort products based on ID. Otherwise, return them as they are. Save the code, go back to home page.tsx and add a section for browsing history. Go to page.tsx in home. At the very end, right after last div, create another div, padding 4, change color to BG background, and render browsing history list imported from component shared browsing history. Save the code. Go for next change in product details page at this address. Open page.tsx in slugs folder. At the very end, create a section for browsing history list, import it, and set class name to margin top 10. After updating page.tsx in a slug, it's time to create add to browsing history component inside components shared product. Let's create this file. Components shared product, new file, add to browsing history. Here is the code. It's a client component. The name of this component is add to browsing history. It accepts ID and category of type string. Here we call add item from use browsing history hook on mounting this component. Let's use this component. Go to page.tsx in a slug at the very beginning of return part, right before section, render add to browsing history, import it, and pass ID and category from products. Save the code. Let's check the result. Scroll down, select the product, and scroll down. As you see, we have related to items that you have viewed. As you see, it displays products in the same category as selected product. In your browsing history section, we see all products that we explored. Let's go to homepage, select product from another category, and then scroll down. Here, related to items that you have viewed contains t-shirts and shoes. Because in browsing history, we have explored t-shirt and shoes. Awesome. We successfully implemented browsing history for user like what we have in Amazon. Stop project, run npm run build to make sure there is no error in the code, and run it again. Then put a message like this, commit changes, and sync it. Good. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we're going to implement add to cart. Let's start by installing Toast from shadcn. In a new terminal, npx shatc and at latest add toast, use legacy, peer depths. Then in utils.ts, add two new functions, round2 and generate ID. Go to utils.ts at the very end. At the end, add round2. It accepts a number and convert and round it in 2 decimal points. Second function is generate ID to create ID for items in the shopping cart. We use array.from function, set length to 24, and then generate random numbers between 0 to 10 and join them together 24 times to create a 24 numeric random ID. Next step is adding a new constant to constant.ts. It's free shipping minimum price. It comes from the environment variable. If it doesn't exist, $35 is the default value for free minimum shipping price. Free shipping minimum price. Go to constants and then add this. Next step is adding order item schema to validator.ts. Open validator.ts. After product schema, add two new schemas. First one is order item schema. It's a Z object that contains following fields: client ID of type string, product string, name string, slug string, category of type string, quantity of type number, it's integer, content stack of type number, it's integer, image of type string, price of type price, size and color, they are optional of type string. Next one is cart schema to save shopping cart. Items is an array of order schema items, this one, and it should have at least one item. Items price of type number, tax, shipping, total price, all of type number. Tax and shipping, they are optional. Items price and total, they are required. Then, next field is payment method, optional of type string. Delivery date index and expected delivery date. Delivery date index is of type number and expected delivery date of type date. Next step is creating types based on them. Open types.ts. At the end, add order item and cart type. For both of them, call z.infer from zad, and in the template section, put type of order item schema, imported from live validator, and cart schema. If you hover over cart, you can see cart type like this. It has items of type name, slug, category, and other fields based on cart schema. Next step is creating order action.ts and define calculate delivery date and price function. Go to lib actions new file, order action.ts. Here is the content of this function, calculate delivery date and price. It accepts items of type order items and delivery date index of type number. We do not use this one in this lesson. For next lesson, we use delivery date index. What we did here is to calculate items price by reducing items array to accumulator by calling reduce function on items array and calculate items price by multiplying items price and quantity and accumulate by ACC variable. Then calculate shipping address. If items price is greater than free shipping minimum price, it is free, otherwise it's $5. We improve it in next lessons to provide options for customer to choose delivery speed. Next field is tax price By default, we set tax to 15% and calculate total price by summing up items, shipping, and tax price. Then return them as an object. Next one is creating useCartStore.ts in hooks folder. Go to hooks, new file, useCartStore, and here create initial state of type cart, set items to empty array, default, items price 0, total price 0, and other fields they are undefined. Then create cart state interface. It has two fields, cart of type cart and add item. It's a function that accepts item and quantity and return promise of type string. Then call create from Zustand. We create a store, set the name of it to use cart store. Inside that, call persist to save shopping cart in local storage. And as parameter for persist, define set and get, and then return this object. Cart default value is initial state. Add item is an async function that accepts order item and quantity. Here we get the items in the state and check if we already have this item in the items or not. If it does exist, check content stock. If it is less than quantity plus exists item.quantity, raise this error message. Otherwise, if item.content stock is less than item.quantity, raise again not enough item in the stock. Otherwise, everything is okay to update items based on exist item. If we have it, then call map function on item to find this item and update quantity of this item. For other items in the items array, keep them as they are. If exist item is null, we need to add it at the end of shopping cart using this code. At the end, update shopping cart using set, and then for the cart, keep previous items in the cart as they are and update items based on item cart based on updated cart items. Also, we need to calculate delivery date and price based on updated cart items to calculate items price, shipping price, tax, and total price. At the end, return the client ID of added item to the cart because we need it to redirect user to the add to cart page. Last function is init. We don't need it here. We just set the cart to initial state and then set the name of this state in local storage to cart store. Export default, use cart store at the end. Next step is creating add to cart component in component shared product. Component shared product, new file, add to cart. Here is the code. It's a client component. Export default add to cart function. This component accepts item and minimum. Items is of type order item and minimum is for displaying minimum view of add to cart button. Get access to the router from use router from next navigation. Get access to toast to display toast message. Get access to add item from use cart store hook and define quantity state. By default, it's 1. If we are going to render minimum view of button, render a button. For onClick, create try catch block, call add item, and toast this message added to the cart. In the toast message, render a button to redirect user to the cart page. If there is something wrong, render display toast message as destructive state. The caption of this is add to cart button. If it's not minimal, we create a select box to choose quantity based on items.quantity. Then render a button. It's add to cart. What we did here is to call add item from use cart store and then redirect user to /cart/ ID of the client ID of added item to the cart. If there is something wrong, display error message. The caption of this is add to cart. Next button is buy now. It just redirect user to the checkout page, but before redirecting, we add item to the cart. Save it. Next step is creating use is mounted hook. Hook, new file, use is mounted. Here is the code. We just defined state is mounted. We set it true. Next step is updating page.tsx. Inside the cart to display in stock, out of stock. After this, check product content stock. If it doesn't equal to 0, create a div. Inside div, render add to cart, import it. Client ID, import generate ID from utils, and set other fields of product to items that we are going to pass as props to add to cart component. Also change product.price to round 2. Quantity by default is 1, image by default is first image, and size and color based on the selected item in this page. Next step is creating cart add item component. On empty space, new file, set file name to app/root/cart/item ID/cart add item.tsx. It just create this file in this folder structure for us. What we're gonna do here is to display a page for user to acknowledge item added to the cart. Here is cart add item, accept item ID, get access to the items and items price, find the item in the cart. If it doesn't exist, display not found error page. Then create a div, child div, create 2 columns for a medium device screen. For first column, create a cart. In cart content, create a link to the product that we added to the cart and display added to the cart and show color and size of selected by user. In second column, display this message. If items price is less than free shipping minimum price, display add price component, and the value of price is free shipping minimum price minus items price of eligible items to your order to qualify for free shipping. If it's already greater than free shipping minimum price, display this message, your order qualified for free shipping. Then render cart total and render a link, proceed to checkout. Here I'm using button variant to shape this link as a ShatCM button. Use rounded full and width full. And at the end, render this link, go to cart and redirect user to the cart page. At the end, render browsing, history list, and we are ready to create page.tsx in the same folder as cart add item, new file, page.tsx. Simply render cart add item here. Inside cart add item page, we need to access to the params, await props.params to get product ID in the URL and pass it as props to cart add item component. Next step is creating cart button in shared header. Go to component, shared header, new file, cart button, and render this component, cart button, Here we check, here we get is mounted from uses mounted hook, then get access to the items in the shopping cart, and calculate cart items count by calling reduce function in items array and find sum of quantities of items in the cart. Then create a link to the cart page, create a div inside the link and display shopping cart icon. If is mounted is true, then render this, otherwise render nothing. We use this to get rid of hydration error. What I did here is to create a span, set background color to BG black. Cart items count is greater than 0, set font size to text small, and then render cart items count. It's like a badge. And next to that, render cart. Save it. Next step is using this. Go to menu.tsx and use this. Instead of cart link, use cart button, import it, and remove this. Last step is in product cart. Go to product cart, and after product image and product details, create a section for add button, import add button, import generate ID, and round to. We need to use add button inside return part. After this div, if height to cart is false, render add button. Let's add it to the list. By default, it's false. And then do the same for cart content. After cart content, render cart footer imported from component UI cart. And if height add to cart is false, render add button. Save the code. Let's check the result. Here, select the product. Yes, here we have add to cart, but it's not inside the cart. Let's fix it. Go to product slug and move it, this code, inside cart content, like this. Move it inside cart content after this. Yes, much better. So here we have quantity. Let's make it 2 and add to cart. Here we have this page, cart / ID of client ID for this item. Here we have add to cart message, color and size. You are qualified for free shipping because it's greater than 35. And we have proceed to checkout and go to cart. We didn't implement these pages, so we implement them later and related to items that you have viewed and your browsing history here. On header, in header, we have cart with 2 items in the shopping cart. Let's go to this page and add another one. It's 3. Awesome. It works. Later on search page, we displayed add to cart button. So you can have add to cart button on product list too. Great. Let's stop project, npm run build to make sure there is no error in the code. Awesome. Run it again. Go to source control, put a message, and commit and sync changes. You will have your project running on Vercel 2. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement cart page. Let us start by updating useCartStore.ts in hooks folder. What we're going to do here is to add 2 new functions. They are update item and remove item. Then go to create function, and after add item, add update item. It's an async function that accepts item of type order item and quantity of type number. Then we get items from the store and then check if this item exists in the items array. If it doesn't exist, return, because we're not going to update item that does not exist in the cart. If we have this item, use map function on items to find that item in the array and then update the quantity of it. Then use set to update this item in the state manager. Next function is remove item. What I'm doing here is to find that item and filter it out using this criteria, and then update items in the state manager using set function. Save the code. Let's go for next step. It's creating page.tsx in cart folder. In app, root, cart, new file, page.tsx. Here is the content of page.tsx. We created cart page component. In this component, we get cart items, items price, update and remove item from use cart store hook. Then use router, then get router from use router because we need to redirect user in this form. In the return part, create a div inside that, create another div, and in this div, define 4 columns for medium device and larger screens. Then check items.length. If it's equal to 0, render your shopping cart is empty and ask user to continue shopping on homepage. Otherwise, we need to render items in the shopping cart. Create a cart, set cart header to shopping cart. In the cart content, render price, and it should be stick to the right side. Then convert each item to a div, set key, and set class name to flex and flex row. We're gonna render product image, product name, next to the name, render color and size, and next to product name, render a select box. It displays quantity, and you can, and on value change in this select box, we update item based on the selected value. In the select content, we need to render number of items that user can select as quantity. I'm using array.from and set the length to item.contentStock. Then convert each item from 0 to content stock to select item. I use +1 to render from 1, not from 0 in the select item. Next to them, render delete button. When user click on it, call remove item. In the next step, render product price. If the quantity is greater than 1, display item.quantity multiply by product price. If it is 1, only render product price. At the end of this page, render subtotal and number of items using this div. That's it about the main section. In the right side, we are going to render a cart, and in this cart, we have this div. If items.price is less than free shipping mean price, ask user to add values to add items to the cart to be eligible for free shipping. Otherwise, render your order qualified for free shipping. At the end, render total, render subtotal, and number of items in the cart. The last button here is proceed to checkout and redirect user to the checkout page. At the end of cart page, render browsing history page, render browsing history list to ask to promote user for adding new items to the cart. Great, let's Check the result. Make sure npm run dev is running. On homepage, select a product, add to cart, go to cart. That's it. We successfully implemented shopping cart page in this lesson. Here, we can change number of quantity. It's getting updated. We can remove item like this. And by clicking on proceed to checkout, user will be redirected to the checkout page. We implement this page in next lessons. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create cart sidebar. Let us start by install a new package from Signin. It's scroll area component. In a new terminal, run this command. Use -- legacy peer dependency to install this package. Then go for utils.ts and update to a Slack function. You just need to put this prompt in ChatGPT and get a response. Then paste it in utils.ts where we have to Slack. It's gonna be add this line at the end of to Slack function. It replaces repeated hyphens in middle with single hyphen. Next one is creating the main component for this lesson. It is cart sidebar. Let's create this component in component shared folder, component shared, new file, cart sidebar. Here is the content of this component. What we're gonna do here, it's to create cart sidebar component. In this component, get items, items price, update item, and remove item from use cart store hook. And then inside that, render this UI. Create the main dev, set width to 36. It's gonna be 9 rem and overflow y auto. Inside that, create another div. This one is fixed. So when you scroll down, it's gonna be fixed here. It is full width and there is a border on left. Inside that, create another div, make it full width, full height, flex column, justifies, start and items center. Then another div. Inside this, create subtotal and then render items price using product price component and render it as plain price. Then we have this condition. We have this conditional rendering. If items price is greater than free shipping minimum price, display your order qualified for free shipping. Then render a link to redirect user to the cart page and a separator after it. Here is the main part, the scroll area part. What we're gonna do here is to render each item to a div, and in this div we have link to the product image and product price and a select box to change the quantity of this product in the cart. Also, we have trash icon as a button. By clicking on trash icon, we remove that item from the shopping cart. That's it. Let's go for next step. It is updating. It's creating use device type because we're not gonna show sidebar on mobile devices. Let's create this component, this hook in hooks folder. Go to hooks, new file, use device type. Here is the content. What we did is to define device type as state. By default, it's unknown. In use effect, we call handle resize. It's a function that checks width of the window. If it is less than 768, it sets device type to mobile. Otherwise, it's desktop. On window resize, we define event listener for handle resize function. On unmounting this component, we'll remove this event listener. Next step is creating use hook. Next step is creating use cart sidebar hook. Let's go to hooks folder, new file, use cart sidebar. Here is the code of it. First of all, we define is not in path function. It accepts s as a string and check if a string is not in these path /cart, /checkout, etc. Then render the main function. It's use cart sidebar. Inside that, get items and get device type and current path from use path name from next navigation. It returns a Boolean value if items.length is greater than 0 and device type is desktop and we are not in cart page, checkout page, home page, then return true. It means that we're going to show cart sidebar. Otherwise, it returns false to hide cart sidebar. Next step is updating cart button. Go to cart button.tsx. At the beginning, import use cart sidebar. Inside cart button component, use cart sidebar and return the result of this function to is cart sidebar open. And right after this span, check is cart sidebar open. If it is true, render this div. It creates a caret icon to point to the cart sidebar. Next step is creating client provider. Let's create it in components shared folder. Components shared, new file, client providers. Here is the content. It's a higher order component that accepts children as prop. Then we check, then we call use cart sidebar hook and check if it is true, render this div, otherwise render children inside a div. At the end, render toaster. So what we did here, if is cart sidebar open is true, create a div, set the class name to flex and mean height a screen. Then inside that, create another div. This one render children, and next to the children, we render cart sidebar. Next step is updating layout and wrapping children inside client provider. Go to app/layout, replace children with this one, and import client provider from component shared client provider. That's it. Let's make sure there is no error. Stop project, npm run build. Okay, no linting error. Let's run the project again and select a product. Awesome. We successfully implemented this. Let's fix the position of caret icon here. Here I just had comma before right. Let's get rid of it and check the result. Awesome. Let's change it to 2. It works. And go to cart. It works. Great. We successfully implemented cart sidebar in this lesson like what we have in Amazon. Let's commit changes and sync changes to deploy project on Vercel. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement Signin User. Let's start by installing packages. First of all, I'm going to install form and drop-down menu from chatcn. Copy this command and paste it in the terminal and wait for installing packages. Use --legacy peer deps option. Press no for reinstalling button. And that's it, it's installed. Next one is installing npm packages for this lesson. Copy and paste. They are Nextauth version beta, bcrypt.js to encrypt password, React hook form to implement sign-in form, hook form resolver, and other packages. Also, we need to install types slash bcrypt.js to install types of this component inside dependency, the development dependency section. Next step is creating page.tsx in checkout folder in app. So we need to create checkout folder first inside app, right click, new folder, checkout, and then create page.tsx inside this folder. Here is the content of this folder. Import metadata from Next and redirect from Next/navigation. What we did here is to call auth. We implement this function using Nextauth later in this lesson. Get the session. If there is no user in the session, redirect user to the sign-in page and set callback URL to /checkout. We're gonna redirect user after sign-in to this page. Simply return checkout form here. In the checkout lesson, we implement this form. So we need to create auth in the root folder to get rid of this error. Let's go for next step. It's creating objects inside validator to validate user information. Go to validator.ts. At the very end, add a section for user. First field is username. It's of type string, minimum 2 and maximum 15. Next one is email, of type email. Password, at least should be 3 characters. And user role is of type string, and it is required. Then shape user input schema from Zod. It's an object from Zod that contains this information: name, email, image, email verified of type boolean, rule of type user rule, password, payment method. It's the preferred payment method of user, and it's the default address of user. Next one is user sign-in schema. We get email and password of type email and password from user. Next step is creating types based on Zod schema. Types /index.ts, and at the very end, add a section for user and export type user input. User input. It's equal to inferring type of user input schema using Zod. Import it and import user sign-in from lib/validator. Also, for data, here we need to add users. So inside sample data, we need to create sample user to seed into database. Next step is creating user model. Inside models folder, create user.models. Go to lib.db model, new file, user.model. Here's the content. Import user input from types and import document model, small model, models, and schema from Mongoose. Then define the interface for schema. It's user by extending user input and document. Then add 3 fields: ID of type string, created at, and updated at of type date. Then create a new schema based on user interface, set the name to user schema, and then shape this field inside the database. For each user, we have email, name, role, password, image, and email verified. Also, we set timestamp to true to save created at and updated at of every record inside user schema collection. Then create a user object from Mongoose by checking models.user. If it exists, cast it as a model of user. Otherwise, create a model based on iUser and set the name of it to user inside the database. The schema of this model is user schema. Next step is creating client.ts. It's a client to connect to the MongoDB database. Inside libdb folder, let's create this file, libdb client.ts. What we did here is to check MongoDB URI. If it's missing, raise this error. Otherwise, get the URI, create options, define client of type MongoDB client. If we are in development mode, instead of creating a new client each time, we save it inside global with Mongo. If we do not have MongoDB client, create a new one. Otherwise, use it as client. If we are not in development mode, we need to create it every time we need it. At the end, export default client object. Next step, it's creating Nextauth implementation. Let us start by creating auth.config.js in the root of project. Go to the root part, empty space, new file, auth.config. Here is the code of it. Import type nextauth config from nextauth and export default this object. As you see, we do not provide any provider, authentication provider here. The only thing that we did here is to check protected path by defining callback as an object that contains authorized as a field of this object. It's a function that accepts requests and auth, and inside that we have protected path as array of regular expression. If the path name include checkout, account, and admin, we check the authentication. If user is authenticated, return true, so user can visit this page. Otherwise, return false. If it's not in the protected path, they are public path, so they should be okay. So we return true here. Next step is creating the real implementation of auth. The reason that we have different auth.config and auth is that this code will be used in middleware, so we need to make it edge compatible code and do not use packages like bcrypt.js, like MongoDB that they cannot be run in edge runtime. Let's create auth.ts in the root of project, new file, auth.ts. Here is the content of auth.ts. First of all, we declare module nextauth to add role as a part of user object in session. Then here is the main nextauth object. What we did here is to call nextauth from nextauth package and pass this object as parameter, and then extract handler auth sign in and sign out from this function. In nextauth parameter, first of all, we destructure auth config from here. So we concatenate this object with the rest of these parameters. Second parameter is pages. So here I have defined 3 fields in pages: sign in, new user, and error. All of them will be redirected. Sign in will be redirected to sign in, new user to sign up, and for error, we redirect user to the sign in page to display error message. Next object is session. To set the strategy, we are going to save it in JWT in the cookie instead of saving in database, and set the max age of this cookie to 30 days. For adapter, we are going to use MongoDB adapter and pass client as object as parameter to MongoDB adapter. It's coming from auth/MongoDB adapter. Next object is provider. It's an array. The first item, the first method of authentication that we are going to provide here is credential provider. Later, we implement the Google provider too. As a parameter for this function, we set credentials as email and password. Define async authorize function. It accepts credentials. It includes email and password. So here we connect to the database. If credential does not exist, return error. Then get the user using user.find1 by passing credential.email as parameter to this function. If user exists and password exists, use bcrypt to compare the provided password with the password saved in the database for this user. If it is matched, return the user information, otherwise return null to display error message. In the callback part, define JWT callback. Here we get the user. If username does not exist, we generate a username by getting the first part of user email. We use this one for Google and other third-party authenticator, and create username and user role. Also, if the request is for updating user information, we update the user token.user based on the session.user.name, and at the end return the token. The token here will be passed to the session function. So here inside token, I get the user ID. It's gonna be saved as a user as token.sub. Inside the session.user ID, you save the token.role inside session.user.role and token.name inside session.user.name. If the trigger is update, we update the username here based on the username, not token name. At the end, return the session. Let's go for next step. It's creating middleware.ts. It's a special file for Nextjs, and it's gonna be run on every request that has been sent to this server. What we did here is to export auth as a middleware from Nextauth. Also, we need to export config object. It has matcher as an array, and every request to these APIs and every request to this path /API/next, and every request to these APIs and every request to this path, including /API/next image fav icon, will be ignored, and they are not gonna be passed to this middleware. Let's go for next step. It's creating this route inside API, create auth .next auth inside a square bracket route.ts. I'm going to copy this entirely. Go to empty space in Explorer, new file, press enter, and it's gonna create this path. Simply import handler from auth, and then export const get and post from handler. We use this to implement Google authentication, implement displaying error and other stuff from Nextauth. Next step is creating separator -or component inside component shared separator -or. Copy this, empty space, new file, press enter, and it's created. Paste it. What we did here is to just simply render horizontal line, and in between render or children if it is available. Next step is creating user action inside live actions folder. Copy the URL, the path, new file, paste, enter. Here is the code. It's a server only code. Import sign-in and user sign-in. What we did here is to define sign-in with credential function. It's an async function that accepts user of type user sign-in, and then call sign-in function from auth. First parameter is type of sign-in, it's credential, and second parameter is user email and password. Also, we set redirect false. We're not gonna redirect user after sign-in. We do it manually in the form. Next function is sign out. We call sign out with small s from @/auth. Here sign out is with capital S, and get redirect to, and then redirect user, and then redirect user using next/navigation to the redirect path. Next step is creating .highlight-anchor and all anchor with highlight-link class. Copy this, go to global.ts in utility. At the beginning, add this class. What we did here is to set the color, hover color, and on hover, text decoration is multi-line, underline. Next step, it's creating sign-in form. Add this path, copy this path, new file, paste. So inside auth folder, inside parentheses, sign in, credential sign in. Here is the code. Inside, define sign in default value. If we are in development mode, fill it with sample data, otherwise make it empty. Then create credential sign in component, get the search parameters, and from search parameters, get callback URL. If it doesn't exist, use homepage as default callback URL. Then create a form using use form from React hook form and set the type of this form to user sign in. It has email and password. First parameter is resolver of type user sign in, a schema, and second parameter is default value. Then get control and handle submit from form and create onSubmit function. It accepts data. Then it call sign in with credential from user action. Then redirect user if user and password is correct. Otherwise, check the error if the error is redirect error imported from Nextjs client component redirect error, then through error, otherwise show invalid email or password. In the return part, create a form from chatcn, create a form from HTML5, create HTML form inside this, and set onSubmit to handle submit from React hook form, and pass onSubmit function as parameter to this function. Create hidden input its callback URL. We don't need it here because we do not redirect user in this form. Create a div to get user email, another div to get user password, and sign in button, and this message to get user agreement on condition of use and privacy notice. We implement these pages later. Save the code, go for next step. It's creating page.tsx inside sign-in folder. In the same folder as this, new file, page.tsx. Here is the code. Set page title to sign in. Create async function. It's a server component sign in. It accepts search parameters, callback URL, get it from here, And if user is already logged in by calling await auth and putting the result inside session, if session exists, it means that user is already logged in. So there is no need to show sign-in form. We direct user to the callback URL. If user is not logged in, render this component. Create a div full width, create a cart, header is sign in, and in the content render credential sign-in component. It's the component that we created here. After that, render separator with or component, and as a children for this component, display this message new to app name. Then render this link, create your account. Redirect user to the sign up page and set the callback URL here. So we implement this page later. Next step, it's creating user button inside header shared component folder. Copy this, an empty space, new file. Here is the content of this component. It's a server component, user button, get the session from auth, and render a div. Inside that, render a drop-down menu. As a drop-down menu trigger, render this message, hello. If user exists, display username, hello John. Otherwise, hello sign in, like what we have in Amazon. And in next line, render account and orders. Then render a chevron down icon from Lucid React. When user click on it, we check the session. If session exists, render this. Otherwise, render this one. Sign in, new, customer, redirect user to sign in page. If user exists, render a drop-down menu. The first one is username and email, the first item in this drop-down menu. Second one is your account, redirect user to account page. Next one is your order, redirect user to order history page. And here what we have is this check. If user is admin, render admin item, admin link to the admin / overview. And the last one is sign out button. When user click on it, we have this form, we submit this form. The action of this form is sign out. By calling this, sign out function from auth will be called and user will be redirected to the redirect path. Next step, it's updating menu.tsx based on this change. So we need to remove these lines and import user button. Let's go to menu.tsx, get rid of this and replace it with user button, import it, and get rid of link here. Next step is creating app copyright. Go to constant. After app description, define app copyright. If it exists in environment variable, use it. Otherwise, display this message as app copyright. Next step is creating layout.tsx inside auth folder. Copy URL, empty space, new file, and here we have layout.tsx. Here is the content, create auth layout, React async component, and then create this class, flex column, item center, full height, and use highlight link to highlight links. Create header. In header, we have a link to the brand logo, and then create main section, render toaster. We don't need toaster here because we already have it inside client provider. And then we have footer. Inside footer, render condition of use, privacy notice, and help. And at the end, render copyright. Scroll up and get rid of this import. Next step, It's creating sample data for user. Go to lib data.ts and create this array for user. Also import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Data.ts at the very beginning, import bcrypt, import iUser input, and define user as an array of sample user. Here is the first user, name is John, email is admin@example, password is encrypted version of 1 to 6, role is admin, address, payment method, email verified. Next one is Jane, it's a regular user, the role is user. Next is Jack, other user, they are sample user. So you can use copy and paste this sample users, Tom, Linda, George, Jessica, Chris, Samantha, David, Anna. Here is 12 users. And then inside data, import users like this. Next step is updating c.ts. Open c.ts here and get users from data and import user from model/user. Then delete our users and create them using insert many and pass users as parameter to this function. Then log created user in console. Let's create sample users. In a new terminal, run npm run seed. Great, seeded successfully. Next step is running project. We already have it running. It says, please define a secret. Let's go and fix this error. env.local. Here, use this command npx auth secret to generate a new secret and put it as auth underline secret equal sign and paste the result of this here. This time there is no error. So here, log out and try to sign in. Awesome. Here is the sign-in form. We have admin@example 1 to 6. Click on sign in. You successfully signed in to your account. And here is the new drop-down items account, orders, admin, and sign out. Let's sign out. It works. It is sign in again. Great. We successfully implemented sign in and sign out feature in this lesson. Let's npm run build to make sure there is no TypeScript error. Stop the project, npm run build. If you get any error, just delete .next folder and then run npm run build again. And then run npm run dev again. Refresh and npm run build again. Great, there is no error. It is generating static pages. Everything works great and we are ready to publish this project. Put a commit message, commit, and push to GitHub to deploy project on Vercel. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we're going to create a user registration page. Let us start by updating utils.ts and add format error function to this file. At the very end, add this function. It accepts error of type any and return a string. What we did here is to check the name of error. If it is Zod error, find all error fields and format them as a string. At the end, join errors together using .join method. If it's validation error, this error is about Mongo's validation error. Like what we did in Zod error, grab all error messages in field errors and join them together. Next check is for the code of error. If it is 11000, it means that it is Mongo's error for duplicate primary key. So we need to display this user-friendly error message. If it is unknown error, just display it. If it's not of type string, stringify that error message. Next step is in validator.ts. We need to create user sign-up schema. Let's do that. In validator, after user sign-in, extend user sign-in schema and add name and confirm password to this field. At the end, call a refine function on the return of this object and check if password and confirm password together. If they don't match, display this error message in confirm password path. Save it. Next step is creating a type based on user sign up schema. Go to types/index and find the user section, add user sign up, import user sign up schema. Next step is updating user action and add register user. User action at the very end, add register user. In this function, we accept user sign up of type I user sign up. Import it. And use parse async on user sign up schema from validator.ts. If the entered data is validated, user contains the validated or sanitized data. If there is something wrong, we go to it through us to the catch bar to display error message. After getting user information, connect to the database, import it from DB, and call create import user from models user model, import create on user from Mongoose and pass user fields, but for password use hash on bcrypt.js to hash the password using this salt. For bcrypt, at the very beginning, import bcrypt like this. Import format error. Here, if user successfully created, will return success to true and message is user created successfully. Let's go for next step. It is creating sign up form in sign up folder in auth. I just copy the whole path and in Explorer, in VS Code, empty space, new file, auth, sign up form. Here is the code. First of all, define sign up default values. If we are in development mode, use this sample data to prevent entering data in development. And if it's production, make them empty string. Then create sign up form component, get search parameters to grab callback URL from the query string in the URL. Then create a form using use form, set default value and set resolver to user sign up schema. From form get control and handle submit and define onSubmit function. It accepts data of type iUser signup, call register user from user action here, and check the result. If it is not successful, return display error toast, otherwise, and return otherwise, call sign in with credential. So after creating user, we sign in user automatically and redirect user to the callback URL. In the catch part, display error message. In the return part, render a form from ShadCN, render a form from HTML, set onSubmit to handle submit. Here we do not need to call back URL because we handle callback URL right here. So we can get rid of it. First input box is for getting username. Second one is to get user email. Third one is for password. And the last one is to get confirm password. Then render sign up button of type submit. Display this message by creating an account you agree to, app names, condition of use, and privacy notice. Create a separator. If user already have an account, create a link to redirect user to the sign-in page. That's it. Let's go for next step. It is creating page.tsx. Let's go for next step, create page.tsx in sign-up folder. The same folder as sign-up form, create new file, signup.tsx. Here is the code. Set page title to sign up. Create sign up page component. Get callback URL. If user is already logged in, redirect to callback URL. Then create a div, cart header, set title to create account, and in cart content render sign up form. Next step is running the project. So stop project and always run it before going for deploying your project to make sure there is no linting error and check validity of types. Everything looks great. Let's npm run dev, refresh the page. This time I'm already logged in. Let's try to go to sign up from the URL. As you see, I get redirected to the home page. Let's sign out and then click on new customer, sign up. Awesome. Here is sign up page, create account, name, email, password, confirm password, messages. Let's sign up. That's it. We successfully signed up and logged into the e-commerce website. Hello, John Doe. And if I sign out here, it works. Let's try another scenario. Select a product, add to cart, go to cart, proceed to checkout. As you see, the URL is sign in, but the callback is checkout. Let's create new account. I already created John. So this one is John1 and sign up. As you see, I get redirected after registration to the checkout page. That's what exactly we want. So for the next session, we implement checkout form. That's it about this lesson. Let's deploy project. Here, put a meaningful message. It's lesson 15, register user, commit, and sync changes. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement sign-in with Google. First of all, we need to create credentials from cloud.google.com. Open this link, console.cloud.google.com. Create a new project if you don't have any. And then go to API and services, credentials, and inside OAuth to client ID, we need to create a new one. So click on create credentials, OAuth client ID. Application type is web application. Set the name to Nextjs, Amazona. Authorize JavaScript origin. Add http:// localhost 3000. This is the first one. And the second one is your Vercel URL, like this. For authorize redirect URL, add URL, enter this one, /API/auth/callback/Google, and add your Vercel one, /API, like this. Create, copy client ID, go to .env.local, enter auth _ Google _ ID =, and paste it here. Copy secret, client secret, go to .env, auth, Google secret, and paste it right here. We need to save them inside Vercel 2. Go to vercel.com, find your project, in setting, find environment variable, go to .env.local, copy these 3 lines, go to here, focus on key, paste it, and save it. Next step is updating auth.ts to accept Google login. Go to auth.ts at the very beginning, import Google from next auth provider Google, then go to the provider section right before credential provider, render Google provider and set allow dangerous email account linking to true. Next step is updating user action. Go to user action. After sign in with credential, create function sign in with Google. It's an async function that returns sign in from auth by Google as parameter. Next step is creating sign in Google sign in form inside sign in folder. Go to app auth sign in, new file, Google sign in form. It's a client component. Inside here, we export Google sign in form as a React component. Inside that, define sign in button. This button, in this component, we get pending from use form state and render a button. The caption is sign in with Google. If pending is true, it is redirecting to Google. Then return a form, set action to sign in with Google from user action, and inside that render this component. Next step is using this component inside page.tsx in sign in. Let's go to sign in folder, page.tsx. Here, after this div, create separator with or, and in a new div, set class name to margin top 4, render Google sign in form imported from Google sign in form. Like always, build the project to make sure everything is okay. Then run the project, go to homepage, sign out, sign in. Here we have sign in with email or sign in with Google. Click on it. You will be redirected to google.com. Select your account, continue, and there we are. It says, hello, your name. Google returns username. It's going to be saved here, and user email. Great. We successfully implemented sign in with Google. Let's test it on the Vercel. Set a commit message, commit, and sync changes. Then go to Vercel. Then go to Vercel dashboard. Inside deployment of your project, here it's building the project for us. Wait for it. It's ready. Visit, get rid of this part, and go to your Vercel account and go to your Vercel app. Let's test it here. Select sign in, select sign in with Google, select your account, and that's it. You logged in successfully. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create checkout page. Let us start by installing radio group component from chatcn by running this command. Then update constant.ts. And at the end of this file, define available payment method. It's an array of these objects. Name, commission is default. First one is PayPal, Stripe, cash on delivery. Let's make whatever you want as default one. And define default payment method. It try to get it from environment variable. If it doesn't exist, PayPal is the default one. Next constant is available delivery dates. Here we are going to define delivery dates. We have 3 options for user: tomorrow, next 3 days, and next 5 days. We have days to deliver as an integer field, shipping price, and free shipping minimum price. For the last one, if items price is greater than $35, it's eligible for free shipping. Next step is updating util.ts. Go to the end of util.ts and create calculate future date. It accepts days of type number, get current date, and add days to current date and return the new date. Next utility function is get month name. We get years and month. We get year and month, split them, get the date, current date, set month to the month number, then check get month with the month number -1. If they are equal to each other, return date to local string, default month long, ongoing. Otherwise, do not show ongoing. Next function is calculate past date, like future date, this time minus days. Next function is time until midnight. Get hours and minutes as number, get current date, get midnight, and change it to the midnight. Calculate difference between current date and midnight, get hours and minutes, and return them. And here is the last utility function. It is format datetime. It accepts datetime of type string, and using datetime option from intel.datetime format option, it create multiple formats for datetime. Date and time, date only, time only, and then calculate them and return them as an object so you can use whatever you like in your components. Next step is updating validator.ts and create shipping address schema and adding them to the cart schema. Open validator, find order item section. Here is cart. It is cart section. Define shipping address schema. It's a ZOD object that contains address information, including full name, street, city, postal code, province, phone, and country, and add it to the cart schema. Next to payment method, we have shipping address. It's optional of type shipping address schema. Next step is creating type based on shipping address schema inside types/index.ts. Find the section for cart here and import it from validator. So we have shipping address type here. Next step is creating checkout footer. Let's create this inside app, checkout, new file, checkout footer. It's a component that render a div. Inside div, we have paragraph, need help, check this link, contact us. Here is a message for checkout. And here is the return policy message. Let's go for next one. It is updating use cart store. Open it. First of all, add shipping address to cart. Right here, initial state. After payment method, shipping address. To cart state interface, add Three functions: set shipping address. It accepts shipping address as parameter. Let's import it from types folder. Set payment method and set delivery index. Go to the use cart store in create function. In add item, here I'm getting items only. We need to get items and shipping address. And then find calculate delivery date and price and pass shipping address as another parameter to this function. Let's go to calc delivery. It's in order actions and update calc delivery date and price. This async function accepts items, shipping address, and delivery date index. Inside that, we get items price using items.reduce function, using reduce function on items array. Then check delivery date. Then get delivery date from available delivery date array. If delivery date index is undefined, find the last one in the delivery date array. Otherwise, get the one by delivery date index. Then calculate shipping address. Then calculate shipping price based on. Then calculate shipping price if shipping address does not exist. If there is no shipping address and delivery date is undefined, otherwise check free shipping minimum price. If it is greater than 0 and items price is greater than free shipping minimum price, it's gonna be 0 free shipping. Otherwise, it's shipping price inside delivery date. Next step is calculating tax price, total price, and return them. Don't forget to return available delivery dates too. Let's go for next step. It's update item. Scroll down, find update item. Instead of getting only item, we get item and shipping address. And pass shipping address to calc delivery date. Next step is in remove. It's the same shipping price, shipping address, and pass it to this function. Next step is creating set shipping address. It accepts shipping address and set it in the state. Next function is set payment method. And the last one is set delivery date index. It accepts index of type number and then update the delivery date index based on that number. Let's define one more function. It is clear cart. Inside cart state interface, make sure you have clear cart in the signature of this interface. Next step is creating checkout form. In this path, create checkout form. Here I'm just right click, new file, and create checkout form inside next to checkout footer. It's the largest component that we use in this project. Let us start by creating shipping address default value. If we are in development mode, I'm going to fill address with this information. Then create checkout form, and at the end, we need to export defaulted. In this component, get router from use router and get cart information and methods using this hook, use cart store. Get is mounted from use is mounted hook and create shipping address form using use form from React hook form. On submit shipping address, set shipping address, call set shipping address from use cart store, and set is address selected to true. It's an state to define in which step we are. Is it getting address? Is it selecting payment method or selecting delivery speed? Then in the use effect, check if is mounted. Then in the use effect, if is mounted is false or shipping address is null, return. Don't do anything. Otherwise, set shipping address form data with the data inside shipping address object. Next step is for is address selected. It's an state for is address selected. Next one is payment method selected. And the last one is delivery date selected. For handle placeholder is the topic of next lesson. When user want to place order, we need to create a new record for order. It's the topic of next lesson. Next function is handle select payment method. Set is address selected to true and is payment selected to true. Next step is handle creating function handle select shipping address. Here, what we did is to call handle submit on shipping address form and pass on submit shipping address as parameter to this. Next step is creating checkout summary. It's a cart content. If is address selected is false, render this, ship to this address. If is address selected, but is shipping payment method is not selected, render this button, use this payment method. Next conditional rendering is payment method selected and is address selected, render place order button. After that, we have a dev order summary, display product price, display shipping and handling price, tax price, and order price. An order total will be rendered here. Let's go to the return part. Here is the first part for shipping address. If is address selected is true, and we have shipping address, then render this div. Shipping address is equal to this value and create a button to change it. When user click on change, we set is address selected to false. If it is not selected, we need to get shipping address from user. Enter shipping address, create a form. In the form, get address using full name field, street, address, city, province, country, postal code, and phone. Same rules applies to the payment method. If it is already selected, just display it and a button to change it. Otherwise, create a radio button, create radio group to display radio button for each payment method. When user selected, update the state in the use cart store. The last part is about delivery speed. If it is already selected, just display the selected delivery speed and a button to change it. And if it is not selected, here we display this message arriving, calculate future date. Based on the days to deliver, we display the time that user will get this order. If you order in next, time until midnight.hour and time until midnight.minute. So this message display the range, the time range that user can place this order. Then render items in the shopping cart so user can change the quantity. And then in the second column, display choose a shipping speed. Here we have another radio group to display available delivery dates so user can select or change the delivery date based on their preference. At the end, render checkout history and a place order button appears here to handle place order. It's the topic of next lesson. If we are on desktop, we display checkout summary at the end. But if we are on mobile device, they should be appear stacked together. Let's go for creating layout.tsx. Copy this path on empty space. new file, paste it, copy, paste. It's checkout layout, create a div, set padding to 4, create header, inside header render a link to e-commerce homepage, render brand logo, inside link, then render checkout as heading 1, and in the right side of checkout, render a link to the help page. Then render children after header. Let's go for creating page.tsx inside checkout. Let's update page.tsx inside checkout. Go to checkout/page and replace this with checkout form, import it. That's it. Next step is updating order.action and updating calc delivery date and price. I already applied this update, and it's time to run to build project to make sure there is no error. When you get this type of error about minifier, you need to delete .next folder, then run npm run dev, refresh the project. After reloading, stop it, and npm run build. Compiled successfully, linking and checking validity of pages. Everything is okay, so it generates static pages. npm run dev, refresh again, select a product, add to cart, proceed to checkout. That's it. We created checkout page. First step is entering shipping address, ship to this address. Next one is choose a payment method. We have 3 options. Use this payment method. And the last step is review items and shipping. So you can change the quantity or you can delete it if you want. And choose payment method. Can you see shipping address handling has been changed if it is free shipping? Okay, let me remove this one to see what I mean by that. If it is 1, the price is $39. So let me go to homepage, select this product, less than, proceed to checkout, ship to this address, payment method, remove this item. This time it is not eligible for free delivery because the price is $25. If I make it 2, it's eligible. 1 is not, it's applied here and here. If I click on place order, nothing work. So I need to implement it in next lesson. So to check if it works on the Vercel, I need to deploy this project. Let's commit it first. Go to version control, put a message, commit, and sync changes. Great, that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement place order. Let us start by updating validator.ts. At the beginning, add MongoID as a string type of Zad with this regular expression check. It should be 24 characters between 0 to 9 and A to F. If it's not, display this message, invalid MongoDB ID. Then find order item and right after this, create order input schema. It's z.object function, and in the parameter, we have user of type union MongoDB and name and email. Items is an array of order item schema. Shipping address is of type shipping address schema. Let's get rid of this error by moving shipping address from here and move it above this. Payment method string payment result is an object that contains ID status, email, and price paid. It's optional. Items, shipping, tax, and total price, and expected delivery date, it's of type date, and it must be in future by this check. Is delivered, delivered at, is paid, and paid at are the last fields. Next step is updating index.ts and create iOrder input based on order input schema. Go to types /index and right here export type iOrder input. Import iOrder input. Then create order model inside libdb models folder. Copy this path on empty space, new file, paste it. Here is the content. Define interface iOrder by extending iOrder input and document and add underline ID created at and updated at to this interface. Then create a schema based on iOrder, set the name of it to order schema. The first field is user. It's a foreign key to the user collection. It's required. Next one is items. It's an array of this object. Product is a reference to product model. Client ID is the ID of this item in client when we add to the shopping cart in client side. Name of product and other field of products. Next field is shipping address with this information, expected delivery date, and other fields of order. At the end, create order, Mongo's order model, and export defaulted. Next step is updating order action and create order function and create order function. Go to order action. At the very beginning, define create order. It's an async function that accepts client-side card of type card, imported from type. Then connect to the database, import from DB. Get auth from @auth. If user is not authenticated, display this error. If everything is okay, call create order from cart function. Let's check this function here. We created this function. What we did here is to define cart as a constant by destructuring client-side cart fields and concatenating with calc delivery date and price function. Then import order item schema from validator and parse this information. At the end, call create on order model by passing order as object to this function. Scroll up, find the created order. Here we call this function and it returns the created order. In the return part, return success to true, display order placed successfully, and in data field, return order ID from the created order. If there is something wrong, display error message by calling format error on the error object. Next step is updating checkout form. Find checkout form, find handle place order, replace to do with this one. Call create order, import it from orders action, get the response. If it is not successful, import toast from hooks/use toast, display error message. If it's okay, display successful message. At the end, we need to clear cart. Import clear cart from use cart store here. And redirect user to checkout/order ID. We implement this page later. Make sure order.actions is server only code. So define use server at the beginning of it. Let's test the result. Find the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, ship to this address, use this payment method, and there we are. Click on place your order. Your order has been created. Here is the ID of it, and you'll be redirected to checkout/order. It's the topic of next lesson. Great, we successfully created place order in this lesson. Let's make sure there is no error. Stop project, npm run build. Okay, there is no linting error. Put commit message, commit, and sync changes. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement pay order by PayPal. Let's start by installing packages. In a new terminal, run this command. npm install recent react email / component PayPal / react PayPal.js with legacy peer dips option. Next step is installing development dependency React email. After that, install badge and table component from chatcn. Next step is getting API keys for Resend and PayPal. Let's go to resend.com, create new account, go to API-keys, create a new key, and save them here. Set sender email to onboarding@resend.dev. After creating your real domain, replace it with your real domain, and sender name to whatever you like, your brand name, support, whatever you like. In .env.local, resend section, and go to developer.paypal.com, get your PayPal API URL, get your PayPal client ID, and PayPal app secret. In .env, here is mine. Don't use this stem. Don't use this. Don't use these values. Create your own API key and use them. Let's go to versal.com. In setting of project inside, find your project. In setting tab, find environment variable, go to input box for key, paste, and save to add API keys to Versal. Next step is in constant. Open constant.ts. At the very beginning, after app name, define server URL. We try to get it from Next public server URL. If it's not available, use localhost colon 3000, sender email, and sender name. In .env, we can make the sender name as sender email or Next Amazon support, whatever you want to be appear on the user inbox when they get order receipts. Next step is creating emails folder. Here, new folder for emails in the root, and create purchase receipt email inside emails folder. New file, purchase.tsx. Here is the code. Define order information props type. It's an object that has order of type iOrder. For preview of this email, define purchase receipt email.preview props and define order with sample information. It should satisfy order information props. Then define date formatter as a new object of intel.dateFormat, datetime format class. First parameter is en, and second one is options, date style is medium. Then create async function purchase receipt email. It accepts email order as parameter. Inside that will return email template HTML, preview, view order details. In tailwind, create head. In body, create container, heading, purchase receipt. First section, first row is for order ID, display order ID converted to string, purchased on, format created at by dateformatter.format, price paid, render total price inside format currency. Let's go for next section. Here I'm going to convert each item in order.item to a row. First column is the image of product. Second one is the name of item multiplied by item.quantity, and the last column is item price. At the end, display item, tax, shipping, and total price using map function on this array and create a row for each of them. First column display name like item, second one convert price to by format currency. Save it. Let's create index.tsx in email folder. Same folder as inside email, new file, index.tsx. Here is the code: import recent from recent, purchase receipt email from purchase receipt, I order from order model, and sender email and name from lib/constant. Create a new instance of recent by passing recent API key as a string to recent function and export const send purchase receipt. It's an async function that accepts order of type I order and call send function on recent.emails. As parameter, we define from to subject and React. Here, React accept purchase receipt email, the React components to render email, and pass order parameter from the order passed to send purchase receipt function. The subject is order confirmation. Also, we can include order ID as part of it, like convert it to something like this, and define format ID, order ID. Let's get format ID. Go to utils.ts. At the very end, define format ID. It accepts ID and return last 6 characters of ID and put ... before it to make it shorter. Import it here. Much better. Next step is updating package.json. Add a new script. Go to package.json. In a script section, add a new script for email. When I run npm run email, email dev will be run. Let's run it. Let's run npm run email. It's gonna be run in port 3001. Open it. Here is React email. Click on purchase receipt. Awesome. Here is sample purchase receipt email. We have a preview of this email. Awesome. Sending email has been done. Let's go for next step. We already did this one. Create paypal.ts in lib folder. Go to lib, new file, paypal.ts. There we are. Set base from PayPal API URL. If it doesn't exist, use this value. Then create PayPal object. It's an object that contains create order as a function. Create order. It's an async function that accepts price of type number. We generate access token. I explain this one later. Set the URL to v2/checkout orders and call this API. As parameter, I set method to post. In header, put authorization to bearer token. Set body to this object. Intent is capture, purchase unit amount, currency code USD, and value is the price. Then return the response of this API. I explain handle response later. Next function is capture payment. It accepts order ID. It's the order ID in PayPal, not the order ID in our system. Create a token, set URL to this, call this API, and return the response. Let's explain generate token. Here we get client ID and secret, then create a buffer from them, convert to a string using base 64 to generate auth. Then call fetch on this path and get the response and wrap it and pass it to handle response function, get the result, and return access token. Handle response is a very simple function. It accepts response. If it's okay, return the JSON. If there is something wrong, raise error message. Let's go for next step. It's updating order action. Go to order action. After create order from cart, define get order by ID. It accepts order ID as parameter and return a promise to order ID. Import iOrder from order model. Connect to database. Find the order by ID and return it by converting it to a string and JavaScript plain object. Next function is creating PayPal order. Get order ID, connect to database, find the order, create call PayPal dot create order. Let's import PayPal from /PayPal. Here is PayPal order, set order.payment result to this value, this object. All of them is empty, but ID is the ID in the PayPal. Save the order and display PayPal order created successfully. Next one is approve PayPal order. After creating order and redirecting user to the PayPal website to make payment, on call back to our website, we need to update that order or approve the PayPal order. So we get order ID and the data is order ID inside PayPal. Find the order. If it doesn't exist, display error. Then call capture payment from PayPal object, pass the order ID in the PayPal, get captured data. If it doesn't exist or its ID does not equal to what we have in our database or the status is not completed, display error. Otherwise, everything is okay. So what we did here is set is paid to true, paid add to current date, payment result contains all information inside PayPal will be saved in PayPal result. Then save the order and call send purchase receipt, send an email, import it from @email and revalidate path using next/cache. At the end, return success to true and message your order has been paid successfully. Next step is creating PayPal form inside app checkout ID PayPal payment form. Copy this, go to empty space in Explorer, new file, and paste to create this file. Here is PayPal payment form. What I did here is to create order payment form. It accepts order and PayPal client ID, get access to router, find order information, find order field from order object, get toast from use toast. If it is already paid, there is no need to display payment form. So redirect user to the order details page. We implement this page later. Then define print loading status. This function check get is pending and is rejected from use PayPal script reducer. Status by default is empty. If is pending, it is loading PayPal. If it is rejected, display error in loading PayPal. Next one is handle create PayPal order. When user click on PayPal, pay by PayPal, this function will be called to create PayPal order. We call it from order action. Get a response. If there is something wrong, display. Otherwise, user will be redirected to pay by PayPal. Otherwise, user will be redirected to PayPal website to finish payment. Next one is approve PayPal order. And this one is checkout summary. Here I'm going to display order summary, display product price, shipping price, tax price, order total, and here I have a check. If is paid, if order is not paid and payment method is PayPal, render PayPal script provider set option to client ID equal to PayPal client ID, display print loading status component, and PayPal button will be, they come from React PayPal.js. It accepts two parameters, create order handler and unapprove handler. If it's not paid and payment method is cash on delivery, we display only this message, view order. For Stripe, we implemented in next lesson. Let's go to the return part. Here we are going to display shipping address, payment method, delivery date, and checkout summary. Also, we render checkout footer and the end. Next step is creating page.tsx in checkout ID folder. Same folder as payment form, new file, page.tsx. There we are, create checkout payment page. At the end, export defaulted. What we did here is to get params ID, the ID in the URL, get it here, get order by ID. If it doesn't exist, render 404, not found page. Then get the session and render payment form. Pass three parameters, order information, PayPal client ID comes from PayPal client ID, and is admin. Then export it. Next step is creating order details form. Inside order create order details form at this path on empty space, new file, paste it. Here is the code, order details form. It accepts order as parameter, get order information, render a card to display shipping address. Next card is for displaying payment method. Third one is to display order details. And in the right column, display order summary, items price, tax price, shipping price, and total price. If order is not paid and the payment method is Stripe or PayPal, create a link to redirect user to the checkout/order ID to make payment. Next step is creating page.tsx in the same Next step is creating page.tsx in this path. App, root, account, order ID. Copy this, new file, paste it. At this path, here is the code. Set page title to order, format ID of params.id. Then create order details page. Get the ID in the URL. Get order by ID. If it's not available, render not found page. Then get the session from auth. Display your account, your orders as a breadcrumb, and order ID. Then create heading 1, order ID of order, and render order details form, pass order, and is admin to this component. Next step is creating layout.tsx in root account layout.tsx. On empty space, paste this path, press enter, paste content, account layout. It get the children, render a dev flex 1 p4 padding 4. Inside that, render a dev set max width 5 XL, center screen, create vertical space, and render children. Good. Let's run the project to make sure there is no error. Stop npm run dev, stop npm run dev, and run npm run build. We have minifier error. You know what to do. Get rid of .next, npm run dev, refresh, localhost 3000, Stop project, npm run build. Everything is okay, linting and checking validity of type. So it's time to npm run dev to test project. Go to homepage. Make sure you logged in with your email that you have on recent.com. It should be exactly the same email that you have on recent.com. Then select a product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, ship to this address, select PayPal, use this, and place order. You'll be redirected to /checkout/ID of created order. And here we have PayPal button. Let's finish payment. Click on PayPal button. You'll be redirected to paypal.com. Here it's sandbox.paypal.com. If you use real client ID, it's gonna be paypal.com, not sandbox. If you are in sandbox, enter your buyer, test buyer, email and password, login, complete purchase, and then you'll be redirected to the website. It says id.substring is not a function. Let's fix this error by removing format ID, order ID, and this line from email/index, and let's try again. Go to homepage, select a product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, ship, use, place order, pay by PayPal, complete purchase, and there we are. You will be redirected to account, order ID. Here the path is like this, and we have shipping address. Here it's not delivered yet. Payment method is PayPal, paid at this date, and order item. Okay, after payment, let's check the email. Awesome. Here I have an email from Next Amazon support, order confirmation, and here is the confirming this email. The reason we do not have the image, it's because we're not on the Vercel. When we deploy it on the real host, it's gonna display the image of product. Great. In this lesson, we implemented this feature. Let's deploy on Vercel. Set a commit message, commit and save changes. Commit and sync changes. Let's go to vercel.com. Go to project. In deployment, as you see, it says we need to use -- force or legacy peer dependency. Let's go to click back, go to setting, go to general. In install command, override by running npm install with -- legacy peer dependency. Save it. Vercel dashboard on the project setting, environment variable, in the key next public server URL, and then copy this, your website address like this, and save it. It's been added. So go to deployment for the last one, redeploy, use existing build cache to deploy it again and apply the change in the environment variables. Install packages, creating optimized build, generating pages, and it's done. Go to homepage of the Vercel website and try again. Select a product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, ship to this address, use payment method PayPal, place order, PayPal button, complete purchase. Thanks for using PayPal, and we will be redirected to the order details page. This time I'm going to check the email again. Getting new order confirmation. Click on it. Awesome. This time we have the image of product in the inbox. Awesome. We successfully created pay by PayPal and sending order receipt to user. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement Pay Order by Stripe. Let's start by installing Stripe packages. In a new terminal, run npm install Stripe @stripe/stripe.js react stripe.js with legacy PR deps option. Then go to dashboard.stripe.com/test/API keys. You need to create a Stripe account and log into your account. And here, create API keys, publishable key, and secret key. Then paste it right here, publishable key, and paste it in your .env.local. Also, we need to create Stripe webhook secret. To do that, click on Developers, Webhook, add a new destination, select the event, it's charge.succeeded, check it, continue, webhook endpoint, next, and for endpoint URL, it should be your website address on Vercel or whatever it is. So enter this /API/webhook/Stripe. Create destination. Here is your sign-in secret. Reveal. Copy. Click on this icon to copy. And then paste it in your .env as Stripe webhook secret. So it's gonna be like this: a Stripe publishable key, a Stripe secret key, a Stripe webhook secret. Copy all of them, go to Vercel, project setting, environment variable, and paste it in this input box and save it. Next step is creating route.tsx in API webhook Stripe path. Copy this path entirely, go to empty space in Explorer, new file, and create this route. Here is the code. Create a new instance of a Stripe and pass Stripe secret key as a string to this function. Then define post function of type string and export it. It accepts request of type next request. What we did here is to call construct event from stripe.webhook. As parameter to construct event, we call await request.text as a first parameter. Second parameter is Stripe signature in request.header. And the third one is a Stripe webhook secret. Get the event. If it is charge.succeeded, then it means that the payment was successful. So get charge from event.data.object, and from charge object, get order ID, email, and amount of payment. Then find the order. If it's null, return bad request. If everything is okay, update status to is paid, add to current date. Payment result is gonna be this object, save the order, and send purchase receipt email to the user. If there is something wrong, display error in sending email, and at the end, return update order to paid was successful. That's it for creating webhook callback URL. Next step is creating a Stripe form in app checkout ID folder. App checkout ID, new file, Stripe form. What we did here is to create a Stripe form component. It accepts two parameters, price in cents and order ID. What we did here is to get a Stripe by calling use Stripe hook from React Stripe.js, get elements by calling use elements hook from Stripe React Stripe.js, define is loading a status, an error message, and email. Then create async function handle submit. When user make the payment, this function will be called, prevent refreshing the form if we do not have a Stripe or element or email return. Then set is loading to true. Then call confirm payment from Stripe, pass element, confirm payment parameter is return URL is gonna be server URL / checkout order ID Stripe payment success. We implement this page later. And in the then part, if there is something wrong, set error message. If, and finally, set is loading to false. Here we create the Stripe form. It's a regular form element from HTML for onSubmit call handle submit. Create a div, set caption to Stripe checkout. If there is something wrong, display error message, and render PayPal element. It comes from React Stripe.js. Then render a div. It is link authentication element on change call set email to the e.value.email. At the end, render a button, set size to large. It's disabled if we do not have a Stripe elements or is loading available. If is loading is true, display purchasing. Otherwise, the caption of button is purchase - product price. Next step is updating payment form. Go to payment form, in order payment form, right before return, define Stripe promise equal to load a script from @Stripe / Stripe.js and pass public next public Stripe publishable key as parameter. This form accept, at the beginning of this form, we accept client secret of type string or null. Then scroll down and find checkout summary. Inside that, find PayPal, and right after PayPal, render this. If is paid is false, and payment method is Stripe, and we have client secret, call render element from Stripe React.js, and inside that render Stripe form from /Stripe form. Pass price in cent by multiplying total price by 100 and pass order ID. Next step is updating checkout ID page. Go to checkout ID page here, import Stripe, and here right before return set let client secret to null. If payment method is a Stripe and it's not paid, call new Stripe by passing Stripe secret ID, get the Stripe object, and call payment intent.create. In this function, we pass amount to order.total price multiplied by 100, pass value as in cent, not in dollar. Set currency to USD, and metadata, we pass the ID of this order as metadata to this function. Then get the client secret of payment intent, save it inside client secret. At the end, pass client secret to payment form. Next step is creating a Stripe payment success. At this path, create page.tsx. I just copy the whole path, new file, paste it. Here is the code. After payment by a Stripe, we redirect the user to this page. Here we get a Stripe object and define success page as server component. From parameter in the URL, get the ID and also get the payment intent in the query string. If order does not exist, display not found page. Then get payment intent by calling retrieve function on stripe.paymentIntent and pass the payment intent in the search parameter in the query string. If we do not have order ID, or it's not equal to what we have in our database, display not found error. Otherwise, check status of payment intent. If it is succeeded, is success is true. If it's not true, redirect to checkout page to payment to pay again because it wasn't successful. In the return part, display thank for your purchase and display we are processing your order. Create a link to the order details page. That's it. Let's check the result. Before checking the result, we need to make sure there is no error. So run npm run build. If you get minifier error, just run it again, npm run build to get rid of that error. Great. It was successful, npm run dev. It's not gonna work in localhost. The webhook on a Stripe is not gonna work on localhost. So we need to deploy project on Vercel and check it on Vercel. So what I'm gonna do here is to put commit message, commit, and sync changes. Wait for deploying on Vercel and then check the payment by Stripe on Vercel. Go to next Amazon project. Here it's building project. Wait for changing a status to ready and then check order payment by Stripe. It's ready. Select project, visit, and there we are. Let's test it. Find the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, ship to this address, select Stripe, use this payment method, and place order. Order placed successfully. And there we are. We have Stripe checkout here. Let's test it. 424242. Cart number, expiry date to future, 123, United Kingdom, postal code, and for email, enter your email and click on purchase. Awesome. Here is checkout page. As you see, the URL is /checkout/ID of your order /Stripe payment success, and payment intent contain the payment intent and client secret. Here we have thanks for your purchase. We are processing your order, view order. By clicking on view order, here we will be redirected to the order details page and the payment status is paid at this date. Also, the payment method is a Stripe. Let's check the email. Here we are getting a new email from support of e-commerce website. Let's open it. Awesome. We have the purchase receipt as email in inbox. Great. We've successfully implemented Stripe payment in this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement rate and review products. Let us start by installing dialog, text area, progress, and pop over components from chatcn by running this command. In a new terminal, run it. Choose use legacy peer dependency. And then install React intersection observer because we are going to display reviews when user scroll down on product details page and get to review section. Install it. Awesome. Next step is creating review input schema in validator.ts. Go to validator.ts, right before product input schema, define review input schema. It's an object that contains product ID of type MongoID, user ID of type MongoID, is verified purchase of type Boolean, title of review, comments of review, and rating of type number between 1 to 5. Then find the review here inside the product input schema and replace Z dot string with review input schema. Next step is creating review iReview input by inferring type of review input schema. Go to types/index. Right before input, define iReview input, type of review input schema. iReview details is iReview input and add ID created at and user as name. Also inside data type, add reviews after products. It's an array of this object, title, rating, and comment. Save it. Next step is creating review model file inside libdb models. Go to libdb model, new file, review model.ts. Here is the code. Define interface iReview by extending iReview input and document from Mongoose and add ID created and updated add to this interface. Then create review schema from Mongoose, set user, create fields for review, including user of type object ID. It's a reference to user collection, is verified of type Boolean by default. It's false. Product, it's foreign key to product. Rating, title, and comment, and add timestamp. Then get review and export defaulted. Next step is creating review actions. Add this path. Let's create it. New file, review actions inside actions folder. Here is the code for this file. First one is create update review. It's a function that accepts data and path. Data is of type review input schema. We can replace this one with review vi review input and path of type string. Get the session. If it's null, raise error message. Otherwise, parse data and user is current user ID using review input schema. Here we have sanitized review. Connect to database, find the review with this criteria. Product equal to review.product and user equal to review.user. We are going to see if current user has a review for current product or not. If user has, update it, and then call update product review function, pass the product ID to this function, and revalidate this path to refresh review in current screen and return successful message like this. In the else part, we need to create that review because we do not have this review in the database. After creating, call update product review and refresh the path. Let's see what we did inside update product review. We get product ID, calculate new average, rating, number of reviews, and rating distribution. What we did here is to call aggregate function on review by defining this pipeline. Call match in the first pipeline and find only reviews that is equal to current product ID. Then group by them by rating and calculate sum of ratings and calculate number of each rating. Next step is calculating the total number of reviews and average rating. Then convert aggregation result to a map for easier lookup, and then ensure all rating from 1 to 5 all represented with missing ones set to count 0. At the end, update product fields with calculated values. At the beginning, get rid of z, import z from Zad. After this function, it's time to create getReviews function. This function accepts product ID, limit, and page. We get the limit, connect to database, find a skip amount based on page, and call find function on review and only return products with current product ID. Populate user and name, populate user object, and from user get the name, sort by created ad, skip amount and limit. There is no need to log it. Next step is calculating review count by calling count document on the same filter as this one, and return data on total pages. For data, we convert reviews to plain text format and cast it as array of iReview details. And for total page, we check review count. If it's equal to 0, it's 1. Otherwise, it's the ceiling of review count divided by limit. Next function is get review by product ID. What we did here is to connect to database, get current session, and find the one review in the review database, review collection, where product ID equal to product ID in this function, and user is current user, and return it. Next step is creating sample reviews. In data.ts, add sample review like this. You can find them in my repository. Go to data. After products array, create reviews like this. And then inside data, add reviews. Add reviews like this. Next step is updating seed.ts. Go to seed.ts, right before console log, call review.deleteMany, import it from review model, define reviews as empty array, and create a for loop from 0 to the length of created product, set x to 0, and here get created product rating distribution. Create two for loop like this from j from 0 to rating distribution dot length from k to 0, and another for is k from 0 to rating distribution count x++, and push reviews dot filter. Let's get reviews. Let's get reviews from the data here. Filter x by x.rating equal to j+1, and then get x remaining by review.filter.length. So what we're gonna do is to create sample reviews for all products using this code. At the end, render created review like this. Let's run npm run seed. In a new terminal, run npm run seed to generate reviews. Done, seeded successfully. And in global.ts, inside utility, add flex between class, it's flex, justify between item center. Then create this component, rating summary. Go to empty space, new file, paste it inside shared product. We have it. Here is the content of rating summary component. Export default rating summary component. It accepts 4 parameters as popover of type Boolean, average rating number, review number, and rating distribution is an array. Here we have rating distribution component. What we did here is to call map function on rating distribution and convert them to rating percentage distribution by this calculation. Then in the return part, render rating component, and in span, render average rating out of 5. Then display non-review rating. In another div, convert rating percentage distribution. First of all, sort them based on rating and map them to a div like this, and use progress bar from chat.cn to display percentage as progress bar. At the end of each progress bar, display the percentage like this. Then check in the return part if it's as popover. We need to use popover component. In the trigger, render a button to display rating, and when user click on it, display rating distribution and a link to see customer review. We just redirect user to hashtag review section. If it's not as popover, just rating distribution will be rendered as it is. Next step is creating review list component inside product Slack. Copy full path, new file, paste it. Here is the code of review list component. Let us start by defining review form default value, title, comment, and rating. They are empty string and 0. And here is the main component, review list export defaulted. It accepts user ID and product of type I product. Then define ref and in view from use in view hook and set trigger once to true. Use in view is coming from React intersection observer. So when we get to this component, the component that we set ref to this value, in view will be changed. And then we can use it to fetch reviews from backend. We have reload function here. It just call get reviews server action and update reviews by set review and set total page to the total pages. If there is something wrong, display error message. Next function is load more review. It's an async function. We check total pages. If it's not equal to 0 and page is greater than total pages, don't do anything. Otherwise, set loading review to true, fetch loading, set it to false, and update reviews, total pages, and current page. Next state is loading review, and in the use effect, when there is a change in view, if it is true, we load review. So when we get to the dev that has reference to in view, we load reviews. So we don't load it on page load. We load it on a scroll to the review section. Then define customer review type, infer it from review input, a schema, and create a form based on it, and set open as a state, get toast, and for onSubmit, we call create update review from review action. Pass the data, and the path is /product/current path. If it's not successful, display error message. Otherwise, close the modal, reload the page, reload reviews, and display successful message. Here is handle open form. When user click on create review or submit review, we set the form values for product, user, is verified purchased, title, comment, and rating based on the data that we get from the backend. In the return part, check reviews. If it's empty, display this message. If it's not 0, display rating summary, create a separator, and review this product as heading 3. If user exists, display a dialog box and ask user to write a review. When user click on it, display dialog content to create a form to get the title of review, comments of type text area, and the review it's of type select to choose between 1 to 5. At the footer, display a button to submit review. If user is not logged in, just display a link to Signin User. In the main content, convert each review to a card and display review title, the content of review, the current date of review, and the user that created that review. Here is the div that contains ref. When we get to this line, we call reload review to load more reviews. So if page is less than total pages, we display this button. Otherwise, there is no need to display this button. That's it. Let's go to page.tsx and update it. Here is the rating section. Replace it with rating summary as popover is true. And go to at the end, right before browsing history list, and right before product slider, create a section for customer review list imported. Let's get the session. Go to at the beginning of this component. Inside product details, right before return, call session await off. Stop project and run npm run build to make sure there is no error in building project. Awesome, it just built the project. Let's run npm run dev to test it, refresh the page. Localhost colon 3000. Go to product details, find the product. As you see here, we have customer review. When I click on it, I have rating summary component here. When I click on see other reviews, I will be redirected to this view, hashtag reviews. And here I can write a customer review. Sample, sample content, and rate 5-star and submit. Great, it's submitted and it appears on top of all reviews. Also, it applied to the average rating. It was 3.7 and by my review, it is 3.8. Great, that's it about this lesson. Let's put a commit message. These changes. In this lesson, we are going to create order history page. Let us start by installing query string package in a new terminal npm I query string. Then go to utils.ts and add this function format URL query. We need to import QS from query string too. Go to utils and right here, import QS from query string and define format URL query. It accepts 3 parameters, params key and value. And here, what we did is to parse the params get current URL, and for the key passed as parameter to format URL query, we change its value with the value parameter. And then we convert it to URL using qs.stringify, set URL to the current path of window.location, query to current URL, and as option, set skip null to true. Next step is in order action. Here, we need to add page size. We need to import page size from constant and define get my orders function. Go to order action. At the very end, define get my orders. It accepts limit and page of type number. Check the limit. If it is provided, use it. Otherwise, import from constant. Page size. Connect to DB. Get the session. If user is not logged in, display error message. Get skip amount. And call find function on order object to get all orders for current user. And sort, skip, and limit should be applied after it. At the end, get orders count by calling count documents on order model for this filter. Then convert orders to plain JavaScript object and calculate total pages, pass it, and return it from this function. Save the code, go for next step. It's creating pagination component. On empty space, new file, create pagination inside component shared. What we did here is to define type pagination props. we have page, total pages, and URL params name. In the pagination component, we accept data of type pagination props, get access to router, and search params. OnClick accept btn of type string. If it is next, the page value is current page plus 1, otherwise -1. Then call format URL query from utils. For params, we have search params to string. For key, we have URL. Params name, if it's not provided, use page. And for value, it is page value to string. Then redirect user to the new URL and make a scroll to true. Then in the return part, create a div, render 2 button previous and next. For previous, for onClick, call onClick function with prev as parameter, and for next one, onClick with next parameter. It's disabled for next if current page is greater than or equal to total pages, and it's disabled for previous page if we are in current in page 1. Next step is creating page.tsx in app root account orders folder. Let's copy this new file and paste it. Here is the code. Set page title to your orders, and in metadata, set title to page title. Here we created orders page as server component that accept props. In the props, we have search params, and inside search params, we have page. Get the page and call get my orders and pass page as parameter to this function. Here we have orders. In the UI part, return a dev. Inside that, create a child dev, create a link to your account, and here render page title. Then in heading 1, render page title. It's gonna be your orders, and create a dev, set overflow x auto, create a table. We have ID, date, total paid, delivered action columns, and here is the data. If we don't have any order, display this message. You have no orders with colspan 6 for this table cell. Otherwise, render data inside orders and convert each data to a table row and display the fields using format functions from utils folder. Also, at the last column, we have span. We have a link to the order details page. For pagination component, if total pages is greater than 1, render this component and pass page and total pages to this component. At the end, render browsing history list and set margin top to 16. Like always, run npm run build to make sure there is no error in the code. If you get this error about minifier, just run it again. Awesome, there is no error. Then npm run dev, go to localhost column 3000, select your name and click on your orders. Awesome. Here is your orders page. So you have access to your orders history here. At the bottom, you have browsing history part, related items you have viewed, and your browsing history. We successfully implemented orders history or your orders page. Let's commit changes, commit, and sync changes to push your code on Vercel. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to update username. First of all, create username schema in lib validator.ts. Open validator.ts, find the user sign up, and after it, define username schema. Next step is updating index.ts. In types folder, find user section and add iUsername by importing username schema from validator. Then go to user.action and create update username function. Go to user action. After create, define update function. It's update username, accept user as parameter for this function of type iUsername. Then connect to DB, get access to the session by calling auth, find current user. If it doesn't exist, raise an error. Then update the name of current user by user.name and save in the database. Then return success to true, message user updated successfully, and return the updated user to the front end. If there is something wrong, return error message. Next step is creating this page. Copy the path, go to empty space, new file, paste it. So what we did is to create page.tsx in manage account root folder. Here is the content of this page. Set page title to login and security, and set title in the metadata to the page title. Then create profile page as React Server component, get the session, and in session provider from nextauth/react pass the session as props to this higher order component. Then create a div, set link to your account, and page title is gonna be login and security. Create heading 1 page title, create a card, inside card, create name, and next to the name, render edit and redirect user to account, manage name. Next one is for email. It's edit button, link to the same page. We're not gonna implement this one here. And the next one is password to update password. We're not gonna implement this one. We just want to redirect user to the edit username. Next step is creating profile form inside account manage name folder. Copy the path, new file, paste it, press enter to create profile form. Here is the code. What we did here is to export profile form, get router, get session from use session. Use session is coming from next-auth/react. Create a form, set default value to the username in the session, get the toast. For onSubmit, call update username and pass the values of onSubmit parameter to this function, get the result. If it's not successful, display error message. Otherwise, get data and message and create a new session based on data.name. Then call update function from use session to update the user information here and display successful message. Then router.push to the account page. In the UI part, create a form from chat.cn. Inside that, create a form from HTML, set onSubmit to handle submit. Here is the first field, username, and a button to update it. Save the code. Go for next step to create page.tsx, the same folder as the previous one. In empty space, new file, paste the path, and create page.tsx. And create page.tsx. Here is the code of profile page. Get session from auth. In session provider, set session, create this breadcrumb. Your account, login security, and page title is gonna be change your name. In a card, create card content, display this message, and render profile form. Next step is creating page.tsx in root account folder. Copy the path on empty space, new file, and paste it. Here is the code. Set page title to your account. Render create account page. In heading 1, display page title, your account, and create agree to display 3 columns. First one is a card to display orders. The icon here is package check icon. to track, return, cancel, and order. Next one is to display a card for login and security. It's a link to account manage page. And the last one is to check if to manage addresses of user. We're not going to implement this in this course. At the end, display this component browsing history list. That's it. Let's check code by running npm run build to make sure there is no error in the project. Great. There is no error. npm run dev and check the result. Click on your name, select your account. Here we created account page. Select login security. It's another page. To update name, email, and password, select edit for name and change your name to like this and save changes. It says user not found. Let's log out and log in as admin. Then try again. Then go to your account, log in as security, edit, John1, and save. It's saved successfully. Go to home page. And it's applied here, John 1. Great. In this lesson, we created update. We implemented update user page. Let's commit changes and push to GitHub to deploy on Vercel. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we're going to create category sidebar, like what we have in Amazon. Let us start by installing drawer component from Connect. Run this command in a new terminal, choose use legacy peer depths, and add a new class to global.css. Open global.css in utilities section. After header button, add item button. It's for items in the sidebar. Do not display. On hover, no underline. On hover, change background to muted and create padding 3. Next step is creating sidebar component in components shared header folder. Copy this on empty space, new file, paste it right here. Here is the content of this component. It's a server component named sidebar that accepts category as props. It's an array of a string. Then get the session from auth and return a drawer component from Connect. The direction is from left, and the trigger button is like a menu icon next to all as caption for this button. When user click on all, drawer content will be displayed. The width is 350 pixel. There is no margin top, and top is 0. Then create a div with class name flex call, and the full height. The first part is user sign-in section. Create drawer header, drawer title, use user circle icon from Lucid React, and check the session. If we have it, display hello username and redirect user. It's a link to the account page. If user is not sign in, it is hello sign in. After drawer title, we have drawer description empty, and drawer close. As a child, it has a button, import X icon from Lucid React, and span with close as caption and display it only for a screen reader only. After this div, let's see what is this div. Here is the first part. Second part of drawer content is for shop by category. We have heading 2, shop by category, and inside, and after that, rendered a nav element from HTML inside that convert categories to links, but wrap it inside drawer close. So when user click on this, automatically the drawer, the sidebar will be closed. Inside the link, render category and chevron right icon on the right side because we're using flex justify content. On the left side, we have category name. On the right side, we have icon chevron right. Last section in the category sidebar is setting and help. Here we have heading 2 help and setting. First link is your account will be redirected. User will be redirected to account page. Next one is customer service to this page/customer service. We implement page in admin dashboard later. And the last one is based on session. If user is already logged in, render sign out. When user click on it, call sign out from user action. Otherwise, it's a simple link to the sign in page. Save it. Let's go to header index.ts and update sidebar and add sidebar to this file. Go to index.ts, inside header, find all button, remove it, and replace it with sidebar, import it, and import categories. For categories, scroll up, right before return, define categories equal to await get all categories imported from products.action and make this function async because we're using await here. There is no need to have button and menu icon in import section. Get rid of it, refresh the page. There we are, we have all button, click on it. Awesome, we successfully implemented Amazon-like sidebar when user click on it, or if user click on the outside of this element, it's gonna be closed. We have shop by category. When user click, let's say on jean, user will be redirected to search page to display categories for jean. We implement this page later. Let's go back. If I click on your account, you'll be redirected to your account page, customer service, and if I click on sign out, user signed out from their account, and after sign in, user will be signed in to their account. Great. We successfully implemented this feature. Like always, we need to run npm run build to make sure there is no error in the code. Stop project and run npm run build. Everything is okay. So we are ready to put a commit message for this lesson. Put it here, commit, and sync changes. Great. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create search page. Let us start by defining get filter URL function inside utils.ts. Open utils.ts. At the very end, add this function. It accepts this object as parameter. They are params, category tag, sort price, rating, and page. Params is an object that contains all of these fields as optional of type string. What we did here is to create or duplicate params using this code. Check if category exists, then update category inside new params with the provided category. For tag, we convert the tag to slug format, URL friendly format, and put it in the tag. For price, rating, page, and sort, we do the same. At the end, we use URL search params and pass new params as object to this and get the string version, the query string version of it, and return the new URL based on it. Next step is updating search.tsx in header. Open search.tsx. Here we have categories as fixed items in this static array. Get rid of it and get it from backend. Get all categories function from product action. Next step is creating collapsible on mobile component. Let's create this component in a new empty space, new file, paste this path inside shared, component shared, we have collapsible on mobile. It's a client-based component. We need to install collapsible from chatcn. Let's install it by running this command. Use this. So I'm going to add this step right before it. Run this command and export default function collapsible on mobile. It accepts title and children. Get search parameters from use search parameters from next/navigation. Get the device type and define open state. In use effect, if the device is mobile, here we don't need collapsible. Hide this component. If it is desktop, display this component. If there is a change in the search params, this function will be run again. If device type is a noun, return null. What does it mean? It means that it's not gonna be rendered on server side because in the server side, device type is a noun. Then render collapsible component from chatcn, set open probs to the open state, and then render collapsible trigger as a child. Check device type. Check device type. If it is mobile, display this button. Otherwise, there is no need to display this button. In the collapsible content, render children. Save it. Go for next step. It's creating this component product sort selector. Copy the path on empty space, new file, paste it. We have product sort selector. Here is the code. This component accepts 3 parameters: sort orders, sort, and params. Here is the data type of these parameters. Inside this component, get router from use router, render a select component from React. From chatcn, on value change, redirect user to this path. Call getFilter URL, pass params, and change the sort value to the value provided for this select box. The value of this select box is sort. In the sort trigger, we have sort value, sort by, and find the sort inside sort order, the one that is equal to sort variable. If we, from this object, get the name field. In the select content, render all items in the sort order array like a select item. That's it. Let's go to product.action and create get all products. It's the function that we use to search products in the database. Go to product.action. At the very end, define get all products as async function. It accepts query, limit, page, category, tag, price, rating, and sort as parameter. Inside that, we get the limit by checking limit in the parameter of function. If it doesn't exist, use page size. Then connect to the database and generate query filter. If query in the parameter of this function has content and it's not equal to all, generate this object. It's a filter object for Mongoose. Name equal to part of query, and the option is in case sensitive. For category filter, it should be exactly the category name. For tag filter, we have this tags equal to the tag provider in the tag filter. For rating, we use average rating should be greater than or equal to the number of rating. For price filter, the price should be greater than or equal to the first part of price, and it should be less than on the second part of the price. Because we provide price in this format between $10 to $50. So this part, catch. So this expression return 10. So it should be greater than 10. And this expression return 50. It should be less than or equal to 50. Next filter is for sorting the order. If sort is best selling, the sort criteria is based on non-cells -1. -1 means descending. Same rules apply to others. Is published should be true. Only published product will be returned for search page, and then run the query using product.find and pass all filters like this. Sort them, skip them, limit them, and lean them. At the end, get count of product like this. And at the end, return product, total pages, total products from and to. Next function is get all tags. Here we call aggregate function on product collection unwind tags and group them by tags. And in project, we don't need to have ID, but we want to have unique tag. In the return part, for unique tag, we sort them based on local compare and use map function to split them by dash and map them to uppercase. So it's gonna make it like Pascal case. Save the code, go for next step. It's creating page.tsx in search root app. Copy the path, new file, paste it, and press enter. Here is the path. Here is the component. Here is the search page component. We have this constant sort order. It's an array of these objects. Each object has value and name. Value is the URL-friendly name of value, price low to high, and others. Next constant is prices. Here is price ranges. We have 1 to 20, 21 to 50, and 51 to 1000. You can change it to whatever you like. And here we have generate metadata to set the page title and description. What we did here is to get search params and check them. If we have search params, the title should be search for the query, the category, tag, price, rating. Otherwise, the title is search products. Next part is for creating the search page component. It's a server component that accepts search params like this. We get all the search params and generate a params constant based on it. Then get all categories, all tags, and all products based on the filter. In the return part, create a div, child div, another div to display category filters selected by user, and a button to clear all user. We just redirect user to the search page to clear all filters. Next one is displaying product sort order using product sort selector component. After that, it's time to display filter section on the left sidebar, but only for desktop devices. For mobile devices, we display it as collapsible component. Here we have department, list of the first item in the department is all, and when user click on it, we set category to all to remove category filter, but keep other filters as they are. After all, it's time to render all categories, and for each category, we generate filter URL using get filter URL and set category to the provided category in the categories array. We do the same for price, customer review, and tag. After left sidebar, it's time to display content search result. Here we have a result. Check each product page for other buying option. And in a div, inside grid, in medium device, we have 2 columns. In large device, we have 3 columns to display products. In a row, if there is no product, display no product found. Then use map function on data.products to convert each product to a product cart. Pass key, set key, and product props to the product. Then check total pages. If it's greater than 1, we need to render pagination component. Save the code, run npm run build to make sure there is no linting or TypeScript error in the project. If you get this error, just run it again. Great, there is no linting or type error. Let's run npm run dev and go to localhost 3000. Let's test search page by clicking on all button and select shoes. Awesome. We successfully created search page. On header, we have 1 to 6 of 6 result for category shoes. Let's clear it. We have 1 to 9 of 24 products. Let's sort them by price low to high. It works. High to low. Okay, the most expensive product is here. Only department jean. Price between 21 to 50. Let's remove this filter and this filter, and only customer review with 4-star and up. We have 12 result. For tag, only bestseller product I'm going to have in the result. Great. Let's test the search here inside jean. I'm going to search for men. There we are. We have the result. Search for Levi. Press enter. Only inside jean, Levi. The category jean. Inside jean, Levi, search it. In category jean for Levi. Awesome. Great. We successfully implemented search page. Let's deploy the project. Put a commit message. 25, create search page, commit, and sync changes to have this update on your Vercel website. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to add theme and color to the website. First of all, I'm going to add 3 components, 3 Nextjs specific components to the app folder. They are not found page, error page, and loading page. Go to app folder, here, new file, loading.tsx, and render this component. It's a loading page, async, React server component that display a div with this class, full height and width, and in the center of it, it display loading. Let's put ... at the end of it. So here, when I refresh the page, it display loading like this. Next one is to display error. Create error.tsx. It's a special file name that Nextjs use it to render error page. New file, error.tsx. So in the same folder as loading, we have error.tsx. It's a client-side component. The name of this component is error page. It accepts error and reset. What we did here is to return a div full height. Inside that, render another div, make the border rounded, and create shadow around it. Text center and width is 33%. In heading 1, display error, and in a paragraph, display error message. Also render a button. When user click on it, call reset to refresh the page. Next button is back to home. Redirect user to the home page by window.location.href. Set it to slash. And the last special page for Nextjs is not dash found.tsx, the same folder as error unloading new file, not found. Its client component 2, the not found, is very similar to error page, but here there is no reset, only back to home, and the message is could not find requested resource. Let's test it. Here I'm going to enter something not found. Not found. Great. Let's go for installing packages to add theme and color. First of all, install sheet component from Chatcn. In a new terminal, run this command. Use --legacy peer deps and go for installing this package. Next theme. Install it. Done. Next one is updating layout.tsx and add this attribute to the HTML. Suppress hydration warning. Open layout and next to lang this, add it. It's for ignoring in changing theme between, it's for ignoring the difference theme in the server and in the client, because in the client there is no local theme. Because theme doesn't mean for the server side, it's a UI, it's related to the UI of the website. Next one is creating use color state in hooks folder. Let's create this hook, copy the full path on empty space, new file, paste it. Here's the code of it. We import create and persist from Zustand and Zustand middleware and define color state. It's an object that has available colors as another object that contains name of type string, root empty, and dark empty object. It's an array of this, the available colors. Also, we have default color and user color. It is optional. For available color, I'm generating this from this prompt on ChatGPT. I'm going to do the gold one. For the others, it's similar. Go to this link and then click on customize, select what color you want. I'm going to select yellow, copy code, copy, and then go to ChatGPT. Paste it here at the go to begin of this prompt. And here is the prompt. Convert this CSS to JS object. Don't convert CSS variable to camel case. Great. Here is the result. Only get the root content like this and create available colors as an array that contains an object. The first object has name gold and has root as this object. So paste it right here. Suppose there is nothing here. Just paste the value from ChatGPT like this. For dark, do the same. Copy the dark part like this and paste it inside here. Suppose there is nothing here, just paste it here. For green, it's super simple. Here, inside Chatcn website, select green, copy code, copy, go to ChatGPT and repeat this process. So we have green and we have red. You can add as many colors as you want. Next step is defining initial state. It's of type color state. We have available colors. Default color is the first color name and user color is undefined. Then create color store by calling create function and inside as parameter call persist function from Zustand middleware. The first parameter for persist is a function to return initial state and second one is the name of this inside local storage. Then export default use color store hook. It accepts theme of type string. By default, it is light. If it's not provided, it's gonna be light. And inside that, call color store and put it in color store with small c. Here is the first function for this hook. It is get color. What we did here is to try to find the user color. If it exists, then return it. Otherwise, try to search for the default color. If it exists, return it. Otherwise, return the first item in the available colors array as return value for getColor function. Then call getColor and define CSS color here. It's an object that contains key of type string and a string as value. We check the theme to light. If it is light, use root from color. Otherwise, use dark field from color. So here we have CSS colors. At the end, we'll return available color, CSS color, color, get color, and set color. What is set color? It's a function that accepts name of type string and is user color of type boolean. If we have user color, set the user color name. Set the user color to name passed by parameter. Otherwise, return default color equal to name. And the very important part, it is update CSS variables. What we did here is to get color and then generate colors based on the color, and for each colors and for each key in the colors, what we did here is to call document.documentElement.styleSet property. So we are changing the CSS variable for this document based on the colors that we have in this object. Next step is creating color provider component. Copy the path on empty space, paste the path, and in this file, create this client-side component. What we did here is to import theme provider as next theme provider from next theme and use theme. Then get use color store from this hook. What we did here is to create color provider as a HOC higher order component that accepts children and props. Inside this component, we get the theme from next theme, and we get color and update CSS variables from use color store hook. In the use effect, what we did here is to call update CSS variables based on the color, and then render children inside next theme provider. Next step is creating theme provider. Let's go to empty space, new file, paste it, and create another client-side component. It is theme provider that return next theme provider from next theme, and inside that render color provider from the recently created component and render children inside it. Next step is updating client providers inside component shared folder. Go to client provider and replace this with this one. Import theme provider from /theme provider. Set attribute to class, and default theme is the system theme. You can check it to whatever, you can change it to whatever you like light and dark. Next step is creating theme switcher. Copy the path, go to empty space on Explorer, new file, paste, press enter, copy this code in file 26, add themecolor.md in the repository lessons folder, paste it right here, and there we are. We have component theme switcher. What we did here is to get theme and set theme from where? From next theme component. And we get available colors, color, and set color from use color store, this hook. Here we define function change theme. It accepts value, and inside that we call set theme to change it. And we have is mounted from use is mounted hook. In this component, we render a drop-down menu. For the trigger button, we check the theme. If it is dark and is mounted, then display dark, otherwise display light. For the content, when user click on this button, here we have a label theme. Inside that, we have a radio button for dark and light. When user change it, we update it based on the selected value. Next one is for displaying radio button for color. When we change it, the available color should appear as drop-down menu radio button. And when there is a change, we call set color to update the color. Next step is updating menu.tsx. Go to menu.tsx and remove this one and create a nav to display as. Go to menu.tsx and update it like this. Here we import sheet from Shadcn and ellipsis vertical from Lucid React, this icon. Then in the nav, we make it hidden by default, but for medium device, it is visible as flex. Inside that, add theme switcher from where? From theme switcher. Next to this nav, create another nav. It is visible only on mobile devices. Create a sheet. The trigger is this icon. And when user click on this icon, we render sheet header with site menu, and then render theme switcher, user button, and cart button. Let's check the result. Like always, stop project. npm run build should be run to make sure there is no error. For this error, just rerun it. Minifier error. Done. npm run build. This time npm run dev. Refresh the website. Loading. And let's check this new icon on header. Change to dark. Let's go to a product page. Awesome. Change to light. Change color to gold, red, green. Awesome. We successfully implemented theme and color for this website. Let's commit changes, set a message, commit, and sync changes. Great. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create admin dashboard. Let us start by installing two packages, skeleton and calendar from Shadcn. In a new terminal, run this command. Select legacy peer depths, press enter, and then install recharts to display charts on admin dashboard by running npm I rechart-legacy peer depths. Done. Next step is updating index.ts in types folder and create order list type. Go to types/index. Here in order section, after order input, create order list. It is order input and this object ID of type string, user has name and email, and created at. Next step is updating order actions.ts. Here we are going to create get order summary function. Go to order action at the very beginning before create. Paste the code from lesson 27, create admin dashboard in the in the update order action part. Paste it here. get rid of this duplicate lines, save the code, and there we are. We have get orders, get order summary. It accepts date of type date range. We imported from React Day Picker. In this async function, we connect to the database and calculate orders count by calling count documents on order object from Mongoose and setting this filter created at greater than date from and less than date to. Do the same for products, users, and then calculate total sales result by calling aggregate function on order object and pass this pipeline. First one is matching to the created at, and second one is grouping to calculate total price. At the end, use project to calculate total sales. If it is null, set it to default 0. Then check total sales result. If we have one item in this array, get the total sales of it. Otherwise, total sale is going to be 0. Next step is getting current date and calculating 6-month earlier date by creating new date class. First parameter is get full year of today, and second one is get month of today minus 5, and for third parameter it's the first day. Then calculate monthly sales by calling aggregate on order. Here is the pipeline. First item in the pipeline is matching to get orders that is greater than or equal to 6 months earlier. Second one is grouping by created at and use format %y - %m to group by year and month and calculate total sales by summing up total price. Next one is project to remove ID from the result. For label, we have ID, and for value, we have total sales, and sort them by label -1. So it's going to show first nearest month earlier. Next step is calculating top sales categories by calling top sales categories function. I explain it later. Calculate top sales products and calculate and call order.find to calculate latest order, populate user, and from user get the name of user, sort them by created at descending and only for page size limit. At the end, return all of this information from get order summary function. Let's go for get sales chart data function. Here we use it to calculate sales chart data. What we did here is to get date range and call aggregate on order by this pipeline. First of all, filter orders in this date range, then group by year, month, and day of created at, and calculate total sales. Then use project to remove ID from the list and create date field by concatenating year, month, and day, and sort them by date ascending. Next function that we have used in get order summary is get top sales products. Based on date range, we get products in this, we get orders in this range, then unwind items, and then group items.name and total sales of each item, multiplied quantity of and price of it. Then sort them by total sales, descending, get only last 6 item, get only first 6 result, and replace product info array with product name and format the output like this. At the end, sort them by total price in descending order here. Same rules apply to get top sales category. Here on order, we find orders in this date range, unwind items, And from items, filter group by category and calculate items.quantity as total sales and sort them and limit them based on it. Let's go to the plan. Here we need to create admin nav component. Copy this path on empty space, new file, paste this to create admin nav in admin folder inside app folder. Copy the content from admin nav, paste it here. Let's see what we did here. First of all, we created links that we're going to show on admin header. It's overview, product, order, user, page, carousel, and setting. Collapse the range. And export admin nav component. It accepts class name as parameter. In this component, we get the path name, create a nav, and define this class name concatenated with the class name parameter in the admin nav. Then convert links array and convert each item in the links array to a link component from Next. And if we are in, and if the link is, and if the current page, current path name include the href in the item, make the CSS class empty, otherwise make it muted. Next step is updating menu.tsx in header shared component folder. We need to add 4 admin props. Let's go to this file, menu, and for menu, add 4 admin and replace cart button with this conditional rendering. If for admin is false, render nothing. Otherwise, if for admin is true, render nothing. And if it is false, render cart button. So we're not going to show cart button in the admin dashboard. That's why we have this conditional rendering here. Next step is in layout.tsx in admin. Let's create this file, copy this path, go to empty space, new file, paste it here, then copy the content of this file entirely from this file. In my repository, you can find it, paste it here. Let's see what we did here. We created async function admin layout. It's a server component that accepts children as parameter. And we return a div, set class name to flex column. First row is going to display header of admin dashboard, and second row is to display the children content. It's going to be replaced by pages in admin folder. In the header, what we did is to create a link. Inside link to the home page, we have brand logo. Right next to the link, we have admin navigation. It's hidden on mobile devices and it's visible on medium device and larger ones. Then render menu, set for admin to true. So this menu is going to be visible only for, so this menu is for admin. So cart button is not going to be visible here. Here we have admin nav again. This time in a new row, we display it only on mobile devices. Good. Next step is creating table chart. Let's copy this path. Next step is creating table chart in app admin overview folder. Copy whole path on empty space, new file, paste it, copy the content of this file and paste it here. Here we are using product price. Let's get rid of it. Here for product price, I need to fix the import. Let's see what we did here. I'm going to move this after import. So we have import here. What we have is table chart props as a type that contains label and data. Create interface progress bar props. It accepts value and class name. Here we have progress bar. Inside this component, we have bounded value by calling min function on math to get the minimum between 100 and the value. In the return part, we return a dep with relative as class, as position, full width, height is 4, overflow hidden. Inside the inner def, we set the width based on the bounded value to create a progress bar. Then create table chart component and export defaulted. It accepts label type. By default, its value is month, and the data, they are empty array. Get the maximum value in the data array and calculate data with percentage by calling map function on data. And for each item, we add label and percentage like this. In the return part, create a div, create a space y to 3, and convert each item inside data with percentage array to a div. Set the class name to grid column, and check if we have image or not. If we have image, create a link. Inside that link, render image. Otherwise, render label as it is. Next to each label, render progress bar and render product price. That's it. For this, let's go for the next step. It's creating date range picker inside this path. Copy the path, go to empty space, new file, paste, press enter, and copy the content here to the end of this part. That's it. What we did in this component is to create calendar date range picker. It accepts default date, set date, and class name. Inside that, we create a state of type date range. The name of this state is calendar date. Then render a div, set the class name to gridGap2, create popover. Here is the button to trigger popover. In this button, we render calendar icon and check calendar dates if we have from, then check if we have to, and then render from to with a dash in between. Otherwise, only render from. If both of them are null, render pick a date. When user click on it, we need to render a calendar using calendar component. And at the end, render apply and cancel. When user click on apply, we set the date with setDate function. It's a props that has been passed to this component. Next step is creating sales area chart. Let's copy this path. Go to empty space on the Explorer, new file, paste, press enter. Go back to lesson 27, copy content inside this file until to the end of this section, paste it here, and there we are. We have, in this file, we have sales area chart component. It accepts data of type any. Let's click here, quick fix, and disable no explicit any for this file. Here we get the theme, we get CSS color and color from it, and then render responsive container from rechart. Then render area chart, pass the data to this, and create Cartesian grid, set horizontal to true, vertical false, stroke empty. The x-axis data key is date. For tick, we have custom x-axis tick, and interval is 3. Here is the custom x-axis code. And here is strict colors. And this one is custom tooltip. For x-axis, font size is 12, and tick for matter, put $1 before the value. Then render tooltip, And the content is custom tooltip. Here is the custom tooltip that we created. Then render the main chart component. Its area component type is monotype. Data key is total cells. For stroke, we use the stroke color based on color name, and stroke width is 2, and the fill color comes from the CSS colors, the primary color in the CSS, and fill opacity is 0.8. Save the code. Let's go for next one. It's creating sales category pie chart in overview. In overview, copy this, go to empty space, new file, paste it, copy the content in this section and paste it here. It is very similar to what we did in sales area chart. I'm going to quick fix it by get rid of error for any. In this component, we get the theme CSS color. Radian is going to be calculated by dividing mx.py by 180. Render customize label is a function that accepts these parameters and it returns the text based on it to display total cells. In the return part, create responsive container inside that pie chart and pie component like this. Next step is creating overview report component. Copy this, go to empty space, new file, paste and press enter, and copy the content of this, paste it here. Let's see what we did here. We created overview report, define date state. Inside that, define data state, and here we have is pending. In the use effect, we start transition and set data based on the data from get order summary function. If data does not exist, render this component. Here we create a div, another div to display dashboard. For first row, we display 4 skeleton with this class. Second row is a skeleton with full width, and the height is 30 rem. Third one and fourth one to display the loading view. If we have data, render dashboard, display calendar date, range picker next to dashboard on the right side, and for the first row, create 4 cards. First card is to display total revenue. Next one is for sales. Third is for customers, and the last one display products, number of products. In the second row, we have sales, overview, and inside the card, we render sales area chart component. For the third row, we have 2 columns. First one is to display how much you've earning estimated last 6 months, and display table chart by passing monthly sales from data object, and the label type is month. And the second column display product performance. To here also we use table chart and pass top sales product as parameter to this component. The last column is to display best selling categories, and here in the first column we display recent sales to display buyer, date, total, and action. Here is the last row in the overview report. First column in this row is for displaying best-selling categories, and second one is to display recent sales as a table that contains last sales for buyer, date, total, and action. In the action part, we have a link to redirect admin to the details of the latest orders. Next step is creating page component. Inside overview, go to the empty space, new file, paste the path, press enter. Here is the code. Set title to admin dashboard. It's a dashboard page component. We export defaulted. It's an async function. We get the session. If user is not admin, return this error. And if everything is okay, render overview report. Let's build the project, stop npm run dev, run npm run build, run it again to get rid of minifier error. Okay, there is no error. Let's npm run dev and go to homepage, sign in with admin username and password. Click on admin. It's loading. And there we are. We have this beautiful dashboard that displays total revenue, sales, customers, products, like this. Let's create sample orders to make this data more meaningful. What I'm gonna do here is to go to seed.ts, right before console log, put this code. Input order from models/order, create empty orders, create orders as empty array, and for I 0 to 20, and for I from 0 to 200, push items to orders and call generate orders. Pass three parameters: I, created order.map only return IDs, and created products.map only return IDs of created product and users. Let's create generate order at the very end, right before main. Define generate order function. It's an async function that accepts I as number, users, and product of type any. Let's click on disable for no explicit any for entire line. Import I order input. Find product 1 by running this command, product 2, and product 3. So for each order, we are going to create 3 order items. If they do not exist, return this error message. Then create the first item, import generate ID from utils. First order item is this, second one, and the third one. And then shake the order like this. For user, we use users array and find, and the index is I remaining by users.length. For items, we convert items like this and set shipping, payment is paid, delivered. And for paid ad, we need to calculate past date. Import this. And for expected date, we use calculate future date. Don't forget to call calc delivery date and price for seed and pass items, shipping address, and delivery date like this. Here is the function to calculate delivery date and price for seed. It accepts items and delivery date index. Import order item and shipping address. Let's get delivery available, delivery dates for here. Import round 2 from utils and return available delivery date here and here. Let's run this code. npm run seed to seed sample orders to the database. There we are, seeded database successfully. Let's render this in the output to get rid of this error. Stop project, npm run build to see there is no error, npm run dev again, and refresh admin overview. There we are. Here the data is more meaningful because we have a lot of orders because of running npm run seed. In the dashboard, here is total revenue, total sales. In the date range here, if we change it, let's say to last 2 months, the data has been updated like this. Set inside overview report. If data does not exist or is pending is true, then render this. Let's try again. This time change the date range, apply. Aha, it's loading, and there we are. Great. We've successfully implemented admin dashboard to display statistic boxes, sales overview, how much you're earning in the last 6 months using this beautiful progress bar, product performance in this date range, best-selling categories, and recent sales. If I click on details, I can go to the details of it. So it's the topic of next lesson. We didn't implement this page later. There we are. We created this beautiful admin dashboard in this lesson. Let's commit changes. Put a message here, commit and sync changes. Awesome. You have your website running on your Versal website too. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye.